Hello everybody, welcome to Silverstone. It's a little bit wet, it's a little bit blowy, but that's going to make for quite a lot of exciting action as the day progresses. Now, first up, it's a classic touring car race. It's like the pre-66 and the pre-83s, and it's almost time for them to get out on the track. But before they do, I did have a quick catch-up with some of the drivers. Down to the garage, I'm here with David Howard. Now, David, I've got you down starting 6th for the race. Are you happy with that?
Well, obviously, you start off, you look at it 6th, but actually there's half a second between me and the front row.
Yeah.
And so that's not so bad. If it was 3 seconds, you'd be going, why am I doing this? But no, half a second, I'm quite happy with that. I think I can do things. And I wasn't sure whether to go out in the 93s.
Right.
But I thought I didn't feel good in the 83 car. I thought, no, I can do better than that. And I did shave, I think, half a second off in the 93s. So I'm okay. It's a long race, and you've seen these guys.
Oh, my word,
whoever wins it, he won't be all by himself out front by half a mile, will he? It's going to be
no.
5 cars.
But that's one of the things we love about the classic touring cars, isn't it?
Yeah.
And look, Silverstone, it's quite wide, isn't it? As we know. I mean, look at this monstrous engine here. I take it kind of suits the Jag a little bit, does it?
Certainly, if it was all straight lines, yeah. But we've discussed this. I've always think, always think, am I getting around the corners enough? Am I really letting off too much? Because the little guys are all over me. And I'm trying out again, trying to get more speed around the end of the Hangar straight. You're thinking, do I, don't I, 4th, 3rd? I think 1 of 5 cars can win it. Let's put it like that.
That's what I like to hear.
That's and we have crossed the line all in the same second once.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we did.
Let's hope we get that, hey, because that will be, well for us, that'll be a great spectacle.
I know that, we're bound to say that ours is the best and all that sort of thing, but people do like watching the mix, to be honest, so it does provide quite good entertainment. And we all love it ourselves too, to be honest.
Yeah.
So it's all, I'm looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Well, look, David, best of luck out there.
Thank you very much.
We'll be watching as well.
I'll be in there.
I hope so.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, I'm here with Richard Woodford. Richard, talk us about your qualifying.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, it went as well as could be expected. I've got a bit of a dodgy drive shaft, so
okay.
It was hanging off a little bit. But yeah, I'm pleased with that.
Have you taped it back up now? Is it all good?
Yeah, gaffer tape and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, we'll see how it goes in the race. And
are we going to have a bit of rain, do you think?
You never know around here, do you?
Would you like that?
No.
Okay.
I prefer driving in a bit of dry, but
for you, I've got my fingers crossed.
All that spray behind you and stuff. Yeah, no. I think it'll be all right. Yeah. Whatever happens, we'll have some fun. That's what it's all about for this weekend.
That's what I like to hear. Bit of fun, get out there, bring it home safely, and perhaps we'll catch up at the end of the race.
Yeah, definitely.
Cheers, Rich. Best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Cheers. Right, I'm down here with Duncan, just ahead of the pre-66, pre-83 Classic Touring Car race. And Duncan, you're on the front row of the grid, aren't you? Got to be happy, right?
Fantastic, yeah. It's a very, very first for me, so normally right in the middle. So had a new engine over the last year, and made a heck of a difference. So yeah.
Now you're actually neck and neck with this man up here, Simon Jeffs. So and he's next to you in the van as well. Tactics? Have you been chatting tactics with one another?
Not yet. We're going to save that for the end. We're both a bit shocked.
Silverstone's quite wide, isn't it? And of course the gulfs are quite narrow, so it's not as if you can just park the bus, is it?
No, it's going to be a very busy first lap. I think there's an awful lot of quick people out there that are very, very good. So
what can you look? You've obviously put it on pole. The pace is there.
Anything in the top 10?
Going to go for the win? Anything in the top 10.
And have a good day out. So we're very pleased with it today. I'm very surprised, I must admit. So
well, look, it's going to make for a great spectacle. Thanks for talking to us. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Best of luck out there. We will be watching. Cheers. Right, it's time for the pre-66, pre-83 Classic Touring Car race to get underway. So I'm going to hand over to your commentator to take you through the action.
Thanks very much, Ian. Welcome once again to a slightly gloomy Silverstone on this October afternoon, the first of 2 days of racing presented by the BARC, the British Automobile Racing Club. Dave Goddard here to take you through the action. Here's the schedule we have got for you. We kick off with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Their pre-83 and pre-66 combined race is first up. Then we have the first of 2 races today for the BRSCC National and Northern Formula Ford 1600 Championship. That's going to be exciting to say the least. Then the first of 2 races for the Monoposto Racing Club contesting the Tiedman Trophy here at Silverstone today. The first round of their autumn mini championship run every year in memory of their club founder, Frank Tiedman. Then the Classic Touring Car Racing Club is back out with their second group, the Pre-93 and Pre-03 touring cars, joined by the Classic Thunder Saloons. They are spectacular, to say the least. And BOSS, which stands for Blue Oval Saloon Series, a selection of Fords racing in that championship. Formula Fords are then back out for their second race of the afternoon, and it's concluded by the Tiedman Trophy second race, the Monoposto Racing Club, a whole variety of different single-seaters racing with them. So a total of 6 races for you here today on a slightly damp Silverstone circuit. It's pretty slippery out there, as it was proven during qualifying. We'll have a look at the grid first of all for our first race, which is the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-83 and Pre-66 touring cars. It's an all Volkswagen Golf front row. Simon Jeffson, Duncan Leffley on the front row in their Mark 1 Golfs. The second row, Stephen Primmett in his Escort and Mike Luck in a BMW. Then another Escort of Mark Lucock and David Howard with the big Jaguar, who we heard from a few moments ago. Those 6 covered by just over half a second in qualifying. It's a very close qualifying session indeed. On the fourth row, Mark Chollerton with the Ford Escort Mark II and Stuart Kay with his Ford Capri. Then the fifth row, we've got Tom Harvey, Escort, Jonathan Corker with his little Datsun 510. The first of the Pre-66 touring cars, the older cars, Alan Greenall with his Ford Falcon, starts alongside David Margulies. He's in the Pre-83 division with an Alfa Romeo. Then on the seventh row of the grid, Al Wayman with his Chevy Camaro starts alongside James Everard. He's Alfa Romeo powered as well. The eighth row, Nick Strong with a Ford Capri, the man from Birmingham, and Kevin Bottomley with the first of the Minis on this grid. The ninth row, Nathan Williams and Richard Woodford. We heard from Richard racing his Opel Kadett Mark 1, starting alongside Nathan Williams with his Mini. 10th row is Patrick Keneally. He's at the wheel of a classic Lotus Cortina, starting alongside Mini Racing veteran Andy Mesham. The 11th row, Peter Millington with his Hillman Avenger alongside Colin Claxton. He's in a Triumph Dolomite. Then the 12th row, Alan Hersey with a Reliant Scimitar alongside regular classic Ford racer Martin Reynolds with a Ford Anglia. And then behind them on row 13, Piers Grange, current leader of the Blue Oval Saloon Series Championship. He's trying the Pre-66s with a Ford Mustang today, alongside the reigning Pre-66 champion, that's Patrick Harris with his Morris Minor. The rest of the grid's a big grid, this one, 31 cars. Anton Martin, he's Ford powered in the number 6 car, starting alongside number 2, Tony Palmer. We normally see him in an Escort, but he's in a Lotus Cortina today. Then we've got Stephen Evans at the wheel of an Austin A40, Michael Foley with his Morris Minor, and at the back of the grid another Morris Minor driven by number 68, Keith Wright. So that is your grid for race number 1. A wonderful variety of cars we've got out there. And for the first time, we have an all Mark 1 Golf GTI front row. Simon Jeffs and Duncan Leffley, the Buckinghamshire teammates. They previously raced Alfa Romeos, but switched to Golfs a couple of years ago. And they will take the front row for this one. The Golfs, the more nimble handling cars against the more brute power of the likes of David Howard with the Jaguar, who we heard from earlier. We saw the classic touring cars out in sunny weather at Snetterton last time out. And it was David Howard who took a win there. Mark Lucock was the other winner in the Ford Escort Mark 1 RS2000. Look out for multiple champion Stephen Primmett, the man from Bedfordshire. He's in his Mark 1 Escort. Was beaten to the championship last year by Mark Osborne from Wales in his Triumph Dolomite Sprint. We haven't seen Mark racing this year, though. But it was a really close qualifying session. The top 7 on the grid covered by 0.61 of a second. Superb close racing here today. We mustn't forget the Pre-66 touring cars as well, and the most regular winner in that division this year has been Alan Greenall, the man who actually competed in British touring cars in the mid-1980s. He was in a Golf back then, among other things, now in a very potent V8 engined Ford Falcon, a 4.7 litre V8 under his right foot. He's 11th overall on the grid, the first of the Pre-66 cars. There are, of course, subclasses based on engine size in these races. The Pre-83s and Pre-66s split into classes A, B, C and D based on the engine size of the cars, plus Class F in the Pre-66s. That's dedicated to Lotus Cortinas. There's 2 of them out there today, Tony Palmer and Patrick Keneally. So we'll keep an eye on the various subclasses as well. If you keep an eye on the graphics during these races, the colour next to the graphic determines which class a driver is in. We'll try and guide you through those as best we can. So it's an all Golf front row, an Escort behind them. Then we've got Mike Luck, the former Clubman sports car racer in his BMW E21 320. He's actually leading the points in the Pre-83 division coming into this weekend. Had a good weekend at Snetterton, running in the same class as the Escort, so it's very close in there between Mike Luck and the Escorts. But Mike Luck didn't do as many laps as the others in qualifying. I think he had a problem towards the end of qualifying, so I'll wait to see if he's definitely on the grid when the cars line up fairly shortly for our first race. Interesting addition to the entry, incidentally, in the BRSCC National Formula Ford 1600s, our second race on the programme. Reigning champion Ross Martin from Scotland is here, and he's put the car on pole position, I can tell you, for the first Formula Ford race of the day. And then we've got a whole mixture of single-seaters, the Monoposto Tiedman Trophy, that's coming up a little bit later on. A lot of different classes in that race as well. Whole variety of cars to look for here, everything from minis right up to great big Jaguars and Yank tanks. We've got Ford Capris in there, the Capri of Stuart Kay, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, is out there, a good 8th on the grid for him. A little Datsun 510, a rare car these days, Jonathan Corker starting 10th. Big Al Wayman, been racing touring cars, including American Beasts for many years. He's out there in his familiar Chevy Camaro Z28, the CAD liveried car. He's 13th on the grid. Plenty of minis as well. Plenty of Morris Minors towards the back. The reigning Pre-66 champion, number 1 Patrick Harris. Look out for him in his Moggy Minor. As we look across here to the famous wing building here at Silverstone. These racers feeling very privileged to be using the Formula 1 pit lane this weekend here at the home of the British Grand Prix. Not using the full Grand Prix circuit today, incidentally. We are on the international layout here at Silverstone. The cars will turn right through Abbey Corner, go through Farm and Village corners, but instead of going round towards the Wellington Straight to the left and up towards the national, where the national circuit breaks off, they turn right after Village and go into the loop, which takes them onto the long, fast blast down the Hanger Straights, and then to the daunting right-hander at Stowe Corner, where Michael Schumacher had quite a famous incident a few years ago. Then it's up to the Vale, and then Club Corner to complete the lap. Lap times of around 1 minute 20 in qualifying. It's been damp and slippery all day today. The first race should be getting underway in just a couple of minutes from now. We should see the grid forming for our first classic touring car race of the weekend. There'll be 2 more races tomorrow on our coverage, of course, from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. And a couple more classes joining in as well. We've got the Caterhams tomorrow on our live stream coverage, and the MG Owners Club are racing here today as well. Where we see the grid. Hopefully all the cars will be there and lined up. The leading cars on the grid, all from Pre-83 Class C. You can see the bright blue bar next to the grid positions there, determining the class the drivers are in. David Howard with the maroon colours, that's Pre-83 Class A for the bigger cars. Stuart Kay is in Class B. He's the grey colour. Alan Green all in white, he's Pre-66 Class A. James Everard with the blue stripe there, he's Pre-66 Class B. The yellow stripe next to the first of those is Kevin Bottomley. That's Pre-66 Class C, mostly minis in that class. And Pre-66 Class D headed up by Patrick Harris. That's the pink stripe at the bottom right of the screen there. So you can tell the drivers' classes by the colours on the graphics. Pre-66 Class F is orange. That's Patrick Keneally, 19th on the grid. That's the Lotus Cortina. The original touring car special, of course, the first saloon car to be homologated for touring car racing back in the 60s by Colin Chapman. And went on to win a few titles in British touring car racing. Even the legendary Jim Clark was British touring car champion back in 1964. The Pre-83 division evoking memories of the Group 1 touring car era of the 70s and early 80s, before the Group A rules came in. See some cars from that era in the Pre-93 category a little later on. That moving right up into the early 90s with some Super Touring style cars as well. Of course, Super Touring came in 1990 as a second class alongside the Cosworths in the British Touring Car Championship, those who know the history of Britain's premier motor racing division. Cars, I think, are about to make their way out from the assembly area, and they will be up to the grid very shortly indeed for this 15-minute race. So almost time to go racing on the Silverstone International Circuit. And here they come to the grid then, the two VW Golfs. Moving onto the Hanger Straights, there they are. Simon Jeffs in the colours of the Akai Hi-Fi Company in pole position with his Golf. Richard Lloyd was the first man in a period in British touring cars to make a success of the Golf. Duncan Lefley's red car second on the grid. There's Stephen Primet, the multiple champion. Mike Luck's BMW is there, so he has made it out after a bit of an issue at the end of qualifying. Mark Lucock is there as well. Then David Howard with the Jaguar, Mark Cholerton with his blue and white Escort, Stuart Kay with the Triplex Capri, Tom Harvey with his white Mark 1 Escort. So completing the top 10 on the grid, there's the little Datsun in the old Datsun Works colours. That's Jonathan Corker. Then we've got the first of the pre-66 runners. That's Alan Greenall. That beautiful Ford Falcon. Bit of Australian beef out there. Frank Gardner was the star in Ford Falcons in period, the Australian in the 1960s. These are your leading runners on the grid, just coming up the Vale and into the Club Corner complex now, the slowest part of the circuit. Looks like they're just going to do an extra lap to get used to the wet conditions on their way to the grid. Before the 15-minute race gets underway. Just allowing the drivers to have this extra acclimatisation lap. There's one of the Lotus Cortinas, that's Tony Palmer, car number 2. And there's a rare car, that's the Opel Kadett, known in the UK as the Vauxhall Astra Mark 1. That's the yellow car there, Richard Woodford. There's Al Wayman, the Alfa Romeo behind him of James Everard, the second highest qualifier in the pre-66s. There's a couple of the Minis as well. Blue car was Kevin Bottomley, Nathan Williams in the red one behind him. There's Andy Mesham, raced Minis for many, many years. Alan Hersey there with the Reliant Scimitar. Nick Strong with his beautiful green and white Ford Capri Mark 1. That's a gorgeous car, that one. He's raced a Ford Classic as well in the past, among other things. The Alfa Romeo a bit sideways there. We haven't gone racing yet, James Everard. Don't try too hard just at the moment. This is just a sighting lap. So start to weave to warm their tyres up then. Getting heat into the tyres, very important in these cold and slippery conditions here at Silverstone. Back of this group is David Margulies in the Levant Garage Alfa Romeo GTV6 in the colours of the car that Andy Rouse won the 1983 British Saloon Car Championship, as it was called then. There's Stuart Kay, the club chairman, with the Triplex Capri. He's raced that car at Goodwood over the years as well. Jochen Maas, the former sports car and Formula One race winner, shared that car with him at Goodwood on a couple of occasions. Triplex Capri also raced in period by Jerry Marshall, the man who many agree is one of Britain's greatest ever saloon car racers. You can see how slippery it is out there. Stephen Primet just sliding the Escort there. Ahead of Mike Luck and Mark Lucock. A bit of a commentator's nightmare there, so I'll apologise if I get those mixed up. The Orange Army out in force. Thank you to our volunteer marshals here at Silverstone's Day. We couldn't go racing without them. The two Volkswagen Golfs on the front row of the grid. First time we've seen them qualify at the top. They're normally back in the midfield, making the most of the slippery conditions. First time we've seen them qualify at the top. They're normally back in the midfield, making the most of these slippery conditions. Now we're just waiting to see if we are going to go racing this time, or whether they will get an additional green flag lap, given the conditions. Mike Luck in the BMW could be a favourite here. Mark Lucock. David Howard with the Jag, 6th on the grid, but only half a second off pole position. He might struggle to get the power of that big 5-litre engine down in these wet conditions. The majority of these cars are rear-wheel drive. The Golfs aren't. That's how they qualified at the top. Jonathan Corker moves into line with a little Datsun. Alan Hersey with Bluebird, his Reliant Scimitar. James Everard moves into line. There seems to be a couple of cars a little bit out of line here on the grid. I think Alan Hersey should be further back, but the marshals will hopefully sort that out. One car I can't see there is Alan Wayman with the Chevy Camaro, but he was out there, so whether he's had a problem on the green flag lap, I'm not sure. Right at the back there, you can see Keith Wright with the Morris Minor. The Bedfordshire driver, a plumber and heating engineer by trade, lining up with Michael Foley in the black Morris. There's the number 6, that's the Escort XR3i Mark III of Anton Martin. I think some of the confusion at the back is we've got number clashes between the two championships. We've got two number 7s out there, Kevin Bottomley and Richard Woodford. And we've got two number 6s, Anton Martin and Michael Foley. How beautiful are those two VW Golfs? They're going to use their front-wheel drive to advantage here. In these wet conditions, I think we might see them pull away in the early laps. Simon Jeffs in the red, white and black Akai Hi-Fi and Video car. 42, Duncan Leftley. So whether Alan Wayman has pulled back into the pits, I'm not sure. He doesn't seem to be on the grid with the yellow Camaro. Marshall's just checking the order at the back of the grid there. He's getting the Lotus Cortina into line. That is Tony Palmer, number 2. Normally races a Mark 1 Escort, but trying a Mark 1 Lotus Cortina instead this weekend. Stuart Kay has got the door open on the Capri, perhaps just cooling down a bit. The maroon coloured Morris Minor is Patrick Harris, the defending Pre-66 champion. Okay, so are we going to go racing this time, or will we see an additional green flag lap? I think we're going to get underway this time. Okay, here we go then. Down towards Abbey Corner for the first time. Mike Luck gets away well. The two Golfs will lead the way though into the first corner. It is Simon Jeffs from pole position. A cautious start then. Off the grid then. We're away with our first race. It's the Golfs first and second, and after a decent getaway there, Mike Luck seems to have been taken by at least one of the Escorts. Looks like Mike Lucock could be up into third place. They head up towards Farm and Village corners for the first time. Yes, Mark Lucock with a good start in the blue Escort. He could be up into second place. They come through the left-hander at Farm, then up towards the right-hander, the Luke taking them onto the hanger straight. It's Jeffs that leads from Lucock, then Leftley, Mike Luck, and the two white Escorts side by side. A good getaway by the number 47 of Thomas Harvey. And they down the hanger straights they come for the first time. It is the Akai Golf of Simon Jeffs with a clear lead in the early stages. Lucock up into second place, and Mike Luck's going to have a look as they go down towards Stowe Corner using the superior power of the BMW. He goes through up into third place. Jeffs is fourth. It's one of the Escorts in fifth place there. Couldn't tell which one it was. Alan Greenall leads the Pre-66 category in the Falcon. Second behind him, James Everard in the orange Alfa Romeo. Then it's the first of the Minis coming through. That looks like Nathan Williams as they come into the club complex for the first time. Simon Jeffs in the lead. You can see how slippery it is there. They're sliding all over the place. Even the Golf had a big twitch there of Duncan Leftley. The two white Escorts nose to tail as they complete the Opening lap of the weekend here at Silverstone, and Simon Jeffs already has a clear lead. He's just over 3 seconds clear of the second place battle. Mike Luck had a look up the inside of Mark Lucock there into Abbey Corner. Has he been able to make it through for second? Yes, the BMW is through. It's Leftley in 4th place. The rest of the pack streams its way across the line. There's Piers Grange in the Ford Mustang further back. We've lost Peter Millington. The number 64, the Hillman Avenger, has come to a halt, so problems at Club Corner. Some of the tail end runners, Patrick Harris leading this group ahead of the number 26, Steve Evans in the Austin A40 there. Shares that car with Brian Bedford. He'll be out in the second race tomorrow. Still pretty wet out there, as you can see, a bit of rain coming down. The wipers are going. It's the Golf that leads from the BMW, then the Escort's 3rd and 4th. Duncan Leftley's Golf is down to 5th. Jonathan Corker going well, he's up into 6th position in the Datsun. David Howard using the power of the Jag there to power past the second of the white Escorts. Stephen Primet round the outside of Mark Lucock into Stowe. A good move there by the multiple pre-83 champion in the Mark 1 Escorts. Trying to fight back is Duncan Leftley. Jonathan Corker going superbly. He had a good day at Snetterton in the little Datsun as well. And Simon Jeffs with a clear lead in the Golf. David Howard just ahead of Stuart Kay. Behind them, Mark Chollerton in the Mark 2 Escorts. Very, very tentative, you can see at the moment. The drivers just tiptoeing their way through the club complex. There's Al Greenall in the Pre-66 leading car. Second is Nathan Williams with his Mini. Everard down to 3rd, then Kevin Bottomley with his Mini, and next to Andy Mesham. Leaders over the line to complete their second lap. Jeffs leads from Luck by nearly 5 seconds. That Golf is clearing off in front. He's obviously done the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 30.84. That's about 10 seconds off his pole position time. It is worsening out there through Village for the 3rd time. There's number 201. That's the Lotus Cortina of Patrick Keneally. Came over the line further down the order in 19th place. Lost a couple of cars. Peter Millington didn't complete the first lap. Alan Wayman, it looked like, didn't take the start in the Camaro. Jeffs with a clear lead down the Hanger Straight for the 3rd time. Then Mike Luck in 2nd place in the BMW. More importantly, he's leading his class ahead of Stephen Primet. Mark Lucock battling with Duncan Leftley. Then Corker, Howard. Tom Harvey's Escort dropping back behind the Triplex Capri of Stuart Kay there. Throwing the Escort around, while the Mark 1 Escort famous as a rally car as well, and Tom Harvey sideways rally style. The Marshals have removed the Peter Millington car at the bottom of the screen there, the Avenger out of it. That means he'll be starting at the back for tomorrow's second race. The results of the first race determining the grid for the second. The Al Wayman starting right at the back, he didn't take the start. Hillman Avenger did win the British Saloon Car Championship a couple of times. Bernard Unit was the driver back in the 70s. It is getting worse out there. You can see the rain coming down. 10 minutes of the race to go, so we're at 1/3 distance in this race for the Classic Touring Car Pre-66 and Pre-83 classes, with Simon Jeffs clear at the front in the Golf. New fastest lap of the race, though, done by Stephen Primet, 1:30.387. that time through. So he's got the fastest lap of the race, trying to close up on the 2 leaders. Pre-66 is still led by Alan Greenall, who's 12th overall in the Ford Falcon. Here come your leaders. Conditions continuing to worsen. Look at Mike Luck moving around there, trying to make the BMW as wide as possible to hold off Stephen Primet, who's on a charge in the Escort. David Howard's on a charge as well in the background, straight past Jonathan Corker down the straight. His next target will be the number 42 of Duncan Leftley. So David Howard on the move in the Jag, but Corker back round the outside on the brakes. Look at that. Great move by the little Datsun. Really holding its own here, and Mike Luck's had a spin. Mike Luck has spun the BMW coming into the Vale. So the 78 car will drop back down further down the top 10. So the BMW caught out in the wet there. Rejoins behind Stuart Kay in the number 78. There's another car going sideways there. That's Jonathan Corker. Nearly lost it. How did he stay ahead of David Howard there? Corker's really flinging that Datsun round. Absolute joy to watch, but it's not helping his lap times. Well, Jeffs is away up the road. It's Mike Lucock in 2nd place. Have we lost Stephen Primet? Have a look as they come through there. He hasn't shown up on my timing screen there. I don't think Stephen Primet has come through in the Escort. He must have tangled with Mike Luck. That I think was Primet coming through. Was it just ahead of Alan Greenall, or was that Tom? No, that was Tom Harvey. I apologise. So I think we've lost Stephen Primet. That will have a bearing on the championship, because they were battling for the championship lead, Primet and Luck. Here's the fights for what is now second place. Jonathan Corker is flying in that Datsun. David Howard coming through as well. Mike Luck recovering. This is for second place. It looks like the M1 on a bad day. There's 7 of them at it now. Mark Chollerton trying to get in on this as well. Here comes Howard. He's got through everybody, so he's finally getting the power of the Jag down. And he's now through into second place. Or is he? No, Mark Lucock holds him off in the blue Escort. This is great stuff. Corker up to 4th in the Datsun. It's Leffley 5th. There's Jeps, the race leader, as it starts to brighten up just a little. The thing with Silverstone is it can be raining on one side of the circuit and sunny on the other. It has its own weather system here, Silverstone. So it's Lucock second. Howard and Corker side by side for third. Look out, Jonathan Corker nearly lost the Datsun. He's down to 4th, and it's Leffley, Stuart Kay, Mike Luck, and just behind them Mark Chollerton's Mark II Escort RS2000. This is terrific racing. We're just past half distance. Over 12.5 seconds now. Simon Jeffs is missing out on all the fun. He's away up the road. The second place is still Lucock. We have lost Stephen Primet. Looks like he is out of the race. Tangled with Mike Luck coming through the Vale. Here's some of the pre-66 runners further back. That's Tony Palmer in his Cortina. He's 23rd overall as they slip and slide their way through. Michael Foley's Morris Minor towards the back of the field. The leader may well be coming up to lap these soon. Here's a battle between Andy Mesham and the Alfa Romeo of James Everard. Back with our second place fight. Mike Luck has got ahead of Duncan Leftley. Still second is Lucock, third is Howard. Corker under pressure from Stuart Kay, going great guns in the Triplex Capri. Mike Luck is up behind them. Looks like one of his windows is coming loose there. You can see the plastic window flapping on the BMW. Gives him a bit of extra ventilation so his windscreen won't steam up at least. Ex-Clubman's racer chasing down Corker. Has just lost out to Stuart Kay. The Capri more powerful in a straight line. There goes Jeps. We just caught a glimpse of him. He's lapped some of the pre-66 runners. Patrick Harris, Keith Wright and Steve Evans in the A40. Lucock under fire from Howard now. Then Kay's up to 4th in the Capri. Well, Jeffs has already gone through. Just under 6 minutes of this race to go. Here comes the second place fight. They've got to get through these back markers. The blue flag's waving from the marshals to warn the back markers. The leaders are closing on them to lap them. David Howard has a look on the inside at Abbey. I don't think he'll get through there. Mark Lucock in the more manoeuvrable Escort holds him off. Up towards Village and Farm. Here comes Simon Jeffs. He's controlled this race from the off. He leads by nearly 13 seconds. There's Tom Harvey. He's in 9th place ahead of David Margulies. There's the pre-66 leader. That is Alan Greenall. This is the fight for second place. Mark Lucock ahead of David Howard. No, it's Stuart Kay in third. He nearly clips the back of the Escort there. I thought Stuart Kay was going to go straight on at the loop there. But he hasn't lost out. Corker's behind him. Howard's down to 5th, so he must have made a mistake coming through the exit of Abbey. He's down to 5th now. Luck is 6th. 7th is Duncan Leftley. Mark Chollerton is 8th. 7 cars going at it. Corker now up the inside into Stowe. Stuart Kay doesn't give way. There's Howard in the British Leyland livery Jaguar. Chased by Mike Luck. This is where he tangled with Primet earlier on. Again, Corker sideways in the Datsun. Somehow Mark Lucock holding off all of this group. Into Club Corner. Mike Luck has a look on the inside. He's not close enough to David Howard though. Duncan Leftley's run wide in the Golf. Goes over the curbs. Just outbraked himself, I think, there. Jonathan Corker's driving like he's in a rallycross. Going so sideways all the time. 4 minutes of the race to go. Jeff's lead is now stretched to over 15.5 seconds, so he's heading for victory in the Golf. He's in the same class as the Escorts and the BMW, so they won't want to be defeated here, taking championship points off them. Jeffs is away and gone up front. The sun starts to burn through the clouds here at Silverstone. Weather can change from one lap to the next on this circuit. It's got its own weather system. Here's the battle for second. Stuart Kay in the Capri, coming up to the loop, attacking Mark Lucock, winner at Snetterton a few weeks ago in his Escorts. Stuart Kay has also raced a Ford Mustang this season in Classic Thunder. He's got his headlights on to let Mark Lucock know he's behind him. David Howard's back up to 4th. 5th is Mike Luck. 6th is Jonathan Corker. Mark Chollerton behind them in 7th in his Escort. Stuart Kay hasn't had an overall podium in the Capri for some time. He's driving brilliantly here. Well, Simon Jeffs, unless something goes wrong with the Golf, is not going to be caught here. Up towards the club complex comes this absorbing second place battle for the Classic Touring Car Pre-83 category. They fling it through sideways. This is an absolute joy to watch. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all line astern now. Lucock, Kay and Howard. Behind them Luck, then it's Corker and Chollerton. David Howard moves to the inside, defending there from Stuart Kay. Got across him there over the grid markings. He's up to 3rd. Again, the brute power of that Jag telling in a straight line. Further behind them in 8th place we've got Tom Harvey with the Escorts. I think we may have lost Duncan Leffley. Unfortunately, the second Golf hasn't come through. Alan Hersey's Reliant being lapped there. Look at that twitch from Alan Greenall in the background, really fighting the big V8 engine Ford Falcon. He's got Nick Strong's Capri behind him, and he's got these back markers to dive bomb as well. Now, I think we've lost Duncan Leffley, sadly. He's disappeared somewhere. We saw him run wide at the end of the previous lap. He's down towards the tail of the field. I think he's had a spin somewhere. David Howard charges through into 2nd place on the hanger straight past Mark Lucock, so the Jag coming on strong. I don't think he's going to catch Simon Jeffs though. Taking a look at the lap times, yeah, he's a few seconds down on Jeffs, who's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:29.712 in the Golf. Howard 2nd, Lucock 3rd, Kay 4th, the order through this time. Then it is Mike Luck, who's recovered well from that spin earlier on at the Vale. So Jeffs has gone over the line. This will be last lap, I think. David Howard still 2nd in the Big Cat. The colours of the cars that ran in the European Touring Car Championship in the early 80s. They were XJ Coupes, not the XJ12 Saloon. Andy Rouse was among the drivers for them. Stuart Kay still there in 4th. Leader coming up to lap Piers Grange, the reigning Blue Oval Saloon Series champion, swapping his Escorts for that beautiful Ford Mustang. Really is a stunning car, that one. There's Tom Harvey all on his own in what is now 8th place. David Margulies and Alan Greenall rounding out the top 10 overall. Greenall's got Nick Strong's Capri on his tail though. Here's the fight for 3rd. There's the leaderboard in the classes. Jeffs leading Class C in the Pre-83s, David Howard leading Class A, Stuart Kay Class B and Tom Harvey Class D. In the Pre-66s, Alan Greenall Class A. It's Nathan Williams Mini in Class C. Class B is James Everard, and Class F for the Lotus Cortinas is Patrick Keneally. Well, never mind that though, because we're side by side in the Stowe corner. Lucock just holds off Stuart Kay for 3rd place. Looks like we may see the checkered flag this time through. Waiting for Simon Jeffs to come through. Clock has wound down to 0. And there is the checkered flag. Simon Jeffs takes the win. Flag to flag in the Volkswagen Golf. Nice weather for golf, you might say. Who's going to be through for 2nd? It's going to be David Howard in the Jaguar. He crosses the line 2nd. Mark Lucock just holds off Stuart Kay for 3rd place. 4th will go to Stuart Kay. 5th is Mike Luck. 6th is Jonathan Corker. Then Mark Chollerton will bring the Escort home in 7th position. And Tom Harvey celebrates with a slide over the line for 8th place. Spectacular stuff. There's Colin Claxton, we caught a glimpse of there with the Triumph Dolomites. 9th place goes to David Margulies, and here's our Pre-66 winner, Alan Greenall, takes another win in the Pre-66 category, supported by Pultec. The rest of the finishers will come through. We'll have a look at the class winners as they come across the line. Pre-83 Class C won by Simon Jeffs, Class A by David Howard, Class B by Stuart Kay, Class D by Tom Harvey, the Pre-66 overall and Class A by Alan Greenall. Class C goes to Nathan Williams with the Mini just on the line there, ahead of No, that was Andy Mesham, sorry, that was for second in class, so I apologise. Mesham just beating Kevin Bottomley home for second in class, apologies there. Class B, won by the Alfa Romeo there of Everard, and Class F for the Lotus Cortinas is won by Patrick Keneally in car number 201. Class D for the pre-66s, well, that's been won by the lapped Morris Minor of Patrick Harris, another class win for Patrick Harris. Duncan Leffley, the Golf, we lost. He pulled into the pits with a couple of laps to go. And we lost Stephen Primet, unfortunately, a rare retirement for him. Alan Wayman and Peter Millington were early casualties as well. So 26 cars out of the 29 that started went the distance. Congratulations, Simon Jeffs. His first, I believe that's his first overall win with the VW Golf. David Howard got the fastest lap on the final lap of the race there, 1:27.995. So very well done to our pre-83 and pre-66 racers in very trying conditions there. And great stuff there in our first race of the day here at Silverstone. Ian Waterhouse is waiting down in the pits to talk to our race winner in a second.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme. I'm here with the winner, Simon Jess, as you can see, winner of the pre-83s. We must, here he is, we'll let him get his straps off and have a quick word. Simon, that looked, dare I say, fairly comfortable. It's probably not fair to say, though, is it?
No, quite nervous, really, because it's the first time I've ever been on pole.
Ah, well, congratulations.
Thank you. I've never been on a podium.
Wow.
So,
double congratulations.
What a great day.
And you've won as well.
Really pleased.
Look, you've had all conditions here, haven't we? The sun's out now, but that doesn't tell the story. It was raining at the start of the race. Was it quite tricky and slippy out there?
You had to be a little bit careful, yeah. But these handle very well in the wet. There's no doubt about it. So we do have a bit of an advantage over the Escorts.
Yes, look, I mean, the start of the race, it looked like Duncan next to you, he got a slightly better start, but then as you came round to finish lap one, he kind of disappeared a little bit. What happened?
Well, I honestly don't know. I just decided today that I was just going to concentrate on my race. I wasn't going to, look in my mirrors too much. I wanted to do what I wanted to do, so that was the plan.
Well done, Ed. It's a comfortable victory. Simon, just congratulations. Look at this over here. I did want to speak to Alan Greenhall. He was a winner of the pre-66s. Let's go have a quick word over here.
Oh, you missed it, I don't know. Yeah.
Let's just have a quick word. Hey, congratulations.
Right?
Oh, not too bad. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Was it fun out there?
Yeah, it's a bit greasy, but I've never driven this car in a race before, so it was all new.
Wow.
Yeah,
I was just saying, actually, it's beautiful sunshine now. It doesn't really tell the story, does it? Because it was
okay when it was quite wet, but then as it dried, it went really greasy. But yeah, it was good fun. I enjoyed it.
Fantastic. Congratulations, and I'll let you crack on. Right. We must also say, remember the pre-66s were in this race as well. Alan Greenhall, the winner of that. We must say congratulations. They've not come into Parc Ferme. In fact, there he goes. You might be able to turn the camera around. There he goes. Number 177. He's the winner actually of the pre-66s. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get a word with him. He's driven away. But anyway, it's great to hear from Simon Jess there. Comfortable race winner overall there, certainly for the pre-83s. Now, we've got plenty more action to come today, haven't we? It's almost time for the Formula Ford. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator to take you through all of the action.
Well, thank you very much, Ian. We'll have a look at the results from our first race of the day, the pre-66 and pre-83 touring cars. Simon Jeffs taking the win by 15 seconds ahead of David Howard. Mark Lucock third, just ahead of Stuart Kay for third overall. Jeffs, Howard and Kay all winning their classes. And Mike Luck ahead of Jonathan Corker and Mark Chollerton. Terrific battle for the minor placings there. Tom Harvey sideways over the line to win his class in the Mark 1 Escort. David Margulies and Alan Greenall rounding out the top 10 overall. Greenall winning the pre-66 split. Nick Strong was next ahead of Nathan Williams, Andy Mesham and Kevin Bottomley, all in their minis. Then Bob Claxton and James Everard, next term Everard winning pre-66 Class B with the Alfa Romeo Sprint GT.
Here with Ollie White. Ollie, you very kindly sat in your car for us, haven't you? Qualifying, are you happy?
Honestly, no. I mean, we're not too far off, but we're going to make some changes for the next race and hopefully improve it. Hopefully try and make some positions up and go forward.
There's pace in the car, you're saying? You can go forward?
Definitely, yeah. It's just about nailing the setup.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll go forward then.
So use the first race as a bit of a tester, get the setup right, and in race 2 you're going to absolutely go guns blazing.
I think the rain coming potentially complicates it.
Yeah.
That's why we're still waiting at the moment to see what the weather does.
Yeah.
In terms of setup, it'll depend on the weather, but that's the plan, yeah.
That's what I like to hear.
As the day goes on.
Move forward as the day goes on. Ollie, best of luck, enjoy the race, won't you? Thank you. Right, here we are back in the Formula 4 garage. I'm here with Reece Lysett. Reece, talk us through your qualifying. You've got a smile, nobody can see, you've got a face mask on. We had a quick word off air, didn't we? But you are relatively happy.
Yeah, very happy. This is probably my best qualifying I've ever had so far. We're already 3/10 off the quickest. Who was in 4th? Some of the quickest people are in 4th at the moment. So very productive day for us as well. Just changed a couple of things with the car setups and stuff like that.
Fantastic. Now we know there's a chance there might be a bit of rain. Does that suit your style?
Well, this is the first time I've ever really been to this track driving it.
So we might find out then very soon.
My first instance of driving in the rain was yesterday, and that was only for about 5 laps before oil spilled during the practice session, as we only had 2 sessions.
What was it like? Because obviously they're single-seaters, they're quick, aren't they? Does the back end get out? What's it like? Tell us what it's like to drive.
So the single-seaters, obviously these ones, because they've got no wings and they're obviously not slicks, they're groove tyres and everything, they're very, very slippery and slidey everywhere. You've got to really put effort through the car to warm it up. You've got to really put effort for it just to warm it up to make it just grip, else you'll just be at a massive disadvantage.
So you've got to commit, you've got to be brave enough to commit. I don't know how you do it, Reece. I'm not brave enough. That's why I'm doing this and you're doing that. Best of luck, Reece. Thanks for talking to us. Take care. Thank you. Right, I'm down here with John Svensson. Now, John, we were just quickly chatting off air, weren't we? Losing a bit of time down the straights.
Yeah, from yesterday I lose about 10 kilometers in the straight. So we change a few things on the car and on the engine too. So let's hope that the race will be better for later on.
I hope so. Certainly the aim is to get going forward, I take it, in a race and see what happens.
We'll see what happens, but I'm sure that it will be a nice race to see with all the slipstreams and the quick car, so that will be a really good race to watch.
Are you hoping for rain?
No. No, I'm old now.
Don't be silly. No.
I'm quite old, so I don't like to clean my car, so I would prefer dry. It's always better.
Quick question, they're obviously single-seaters, they're open top. Do you get absolutely drenched? Do your overalls get absolutely soaked when it rains?
Yes, for sure. So it's too cold now.
It's too cold. It is October. John, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Thank you. Right, it's almost time for the Formula 4 Championship to take to the track. I'm going to hand over to your commentators to take you through all of the action.
Well, we switch to single-seater action next up then. The BRSCC National and Northern Formula Fords, supported by Avon Tyres. Here's the grid. Former champion Ross Martin has taken pole position, the Scotsman, with Rory Smith, number 45, alongside him. Luke Cooper, this year's Castle Combe champion, alongside Morgan Quinn from Ireland on the second row. Third row of the grid, Jamie Sharp, alongside American Bryce Aaron, this year's Team USA scholarship driver. Fourth row is the championship leader, Neil McLennan from Scotland. Won't be too happy to be back on row 4 alongside Oliver White, the former champion of Brands winner. Then the fifth row, Matthew Cowley, alongside the Cornish Express, Joey Foster. He's won more Formula Ford races than I can remember over the years. Sixth row, Sam Harrison, alongside Cameron Jackson, moving up from historic racing this weekend. The seventh row, Grant Palmer, alongside Reece Lysett. Then the eighth row, last year's Formula Ford Festival winner. He'll be defending that title in a couple of weeks at Brands Hatch, alongside Alex Walker. Horatio Fitzsimon starts alongside another American, Jackson Lee, on the ninth row of the grid. The 10th row, David MacArthur, alongside Frenchman Pascal Montbaron. Then the 11th row, Thomas Ward, starts alongside the man from Belgium, John Svensson, who we heard from a moment ago. The 12th row, the chairman of the BRSCC, Peter Daly, unbeaten in his class this year in the Northern Championship, alongside George McDonald in the 67. Then the 13th row, Jason Cheetham, alongside Paul Tucker in his self-run Swift. Completing the grid is veteran Formula Ford racer Stuart Kestenbaum from London, alongside Neil MacArthur in number 16. The MacArthur family regulars in the Northern Championship for many, many years now. And Lorna Vickers in number 5 rounds out the grid. So Ross Martin, late entry this weekend, the Scotsman on pole in his Van Diemen. All these cars powered by, as the name suggests, 1600cc Ford engines. And some very impressive single-seater names on the grid for this one. I mentioned Luke Cooper out there, Castle Combe Formula Ford champion. A lot of these drivers using this event as a warm-up for a big event here at Silverstone later this year, the Walter Hayes Trophy. One of the biggest Formula Ford events in the country, but even bigger for many of them. In 2 weeks' time at Brands Hatch, it is the big one, the Formula Ford Festival. Biggest racing in Formula Ford for many, many years. In terms of the championship, Neil McLennan is the points leader all the way from Inverness in Scotland, but he lines up 7th on the grid here. He's won 4 of the 5 races held so far in 2020. 2 at Alton Park, 3 at Brands Hatch. Chris Middlehurst won the other. He's not here this weekend. Rory Smith second in the championship. He could be in with a chance from the outside the front row alongside Ross Martin. As they start making their way up to the grid then. You can see no wings on these cars. Some would say that makes for even closer racing. The white car of Ross Martin on pole. Rory Smith red with the white nose, then Luke Cooper, red, white and black, and in the blue car it's Morgan Quinn, the Irishman, number 88. The third row of the grid, Jamie Sharp, the ex-British F4 racer, alongside the American Bryce Aaron. Look out also for Oliver White. He's won the Champion of Brands title a couple of times. Very quick Formula Ford racer in Heritage Formula Ford as well. Matthew Cowley, the black and yellow number 177. He's been racing in the British GT Championship over the last couple of years, returning to Formula Ford this weekend. And he will line up, there's the black and yellow car, alongside Joey Foster, one of the fastest men in Formula Ford for many years. The man from Truro in Cornwall. He's raced sports cars as well, competed at Le Mans in the past in sports prototypes. So they come around on their green flag laps then, just getting acclimatised to the conditions. This championship supported by Avon Tyres. Further back on the grid, number 66, poleman in the Clubman category, Cameron Jackson, Clubman for the slightly older cars. Cameron has won many races in historic Formula Ford, but making his debut in modern Formula Ford this weekend. He's at the wheel of a Van Diemen chassis. Chassis makers you'll see out there include Van Diemen, Medina, Swift, Ray, Spectrum. There's a Furman chassis out there, of course. The Furman family very famous in single-seaters. Ralph Furman, an ex-Formula 1 driver. Reese Lysett, number 17 in the KMR Spectrum out there. Ex-F1000 single-seater racer, the bewinged single-seaters, racing for Kevin Mills Racing. 2 of the biggest teams in this one, Kevin Mills Racing and Lowe Dempsey Racing. The Lowe Dempsey team running the 2 Americans in this race, Jackson Lee and Bryce Aaron. There's number 277, that's Joey Foster with the Furman chassis. The Cornish Express, as we call him. Watch for him coming through from 10th on the grid. Some good drivers in this race. Further back in 15th is the reigning Formula Ford Festival champion, number 122, John O'Brown. And then we've got the Super Classic classes back in the field from the Northern Championship, including some somewhat vintage cars in Class D. Stuart Kestenbaum with a 1979 Van Diemen, and Jason Cheetham with his Merlin chassis, the Merlin Mark 11A. Look out for the chairman, Peter Daly, chairman of the BRSCC, the British Racing and Sports Car Club, which promotes this series. He's in the number 6 car. He's won his class in every race, all 5 races so far this year in Super Classic B, in his 1988 spec Van Diemen. And his other half, Lorna Vickers, out there as well. She's at the back of the grid in a 1990 Van Diemen. The points in the Clubman's division, I don't think we've had any scorers yet, looking at the points chart I've got in front of me, but it's Ross Martin from Glasgow in pole position. Been supported by Glasgow Speedway in the past, the Glasgow Tigers. Alongside him, Rory Smith, one of the stars of the Northern Championship over the years. Let's see how he gets on here. Ready to go single-seater racing here at Silverstone. Then this will be a 15-minute race. It's going to be slip and slide in the early laps in this big grid of Formula Fords. We should have 29 cars out there for this one. I am looking forward to a classic battle. We should see plenty of slipstreaming down the long hanger straights. Expect to see them circulating as one in the early stages here. Just waiting for everybody to get into position at the back. There's a car being wheeled backwards there in the background. Might have lined up slightly out of position. Just see at the top left of the picture. Now you can see some of the older cars, these slightly different shapes at the back. Number 5 there, Lorna Vickers, moving into position at the back with her 1990 Van Diemen. The oldest cars, the Class SCD runners, Super Classic D, Stuart Kestenbaum, who's been racing Formula Fords for as long as I can remember. He's in a 1979 spec car. He's got quite a collection of Formula Ford cars, as Stuart. Great to have him here this weekend. Okay, here we go then. One car hasn't moved further back on the grid there. One car getting going a little late, but we're underway. Ross Martin leads them off ahead of Rory Smith. Good start by Morgan Quinn down towards the first corner. Everybody has got away. We'll pick up who that was who stalled the back. That black car there. Can't quite see the number on it, I'm afraid. They come round towards Farm and Village for the first time. It's Ross Martin who's got the lead ahead of Rory Smith. Morgan Quinn up into third place. Luke Cooper running wide there over the curbs. Well, Ross Martin was only a late entry for this weekend. He's got the early lead. Somebody diving down the inside there. That was Neil McLennan, the championship leader, eager to get up towards the front of the field. They're all the way around the first few corners. Okay, down the hanger straight, the slipstreaming stars. Look at them all lining up, one behind the other. They'll fan out across the straight. So Matt Cowley moves out wide there in the black and yellow machine. McLennan up with Morgan Quinn, being almost pushed there by the number 89 car. That's Jamie Sharp, the ex-British F4 racer. He's got Luke Cooper on his tail after he ran wide on the first couple of corners. They twitch their way through Stowe Corner, down the Vale up towards the club complex. Ross Martin from Rory Smith. Side by side, that looks like Neil McLennan up into third place quite possibly already. That's an impressive start. We'll confirm that in a moment. There's a couple of similarly liveried cars in this field. Over the line they go. It's Martin from Smith. It is McLennan up into third place. Then we've got Jamie Sharp. Morgan Quinn is down to fifth. Luke Cooper sixth. Joey Foster is up to seventh. Then it's Oliver White, Bryce Aaron and Matt Cowley round out the top 10 as quickly as that as they go over the line. Pick up who that car was who struggled off the grid as well. I think it was Paul Tucker, number treble 2, who may have stalled at the start in the Tucker Motorsports number triple 2 Swift SC92. Martin's lead was 0.8 of a second at the end of the opening lap of this 15-minute race. Rory Smith going with him. There's McLennan up to third. Superb start from 7th on the grid. A couple of cars just sliding a little bit wide there as they come through the loop onto the hanger straights. Number 35, that's John Svensson, the Belgian. See him at the Formula Ford Festival, certainly in a couple of weeks' time. Trying to make a move there. The number 277, I think that is, of Joey Foster making a move on Morgan Quinn. Good move up into 5th place there. There's number 122, Jonathan Brown, the Formula Ford Festival reigning champion. It may have been Alex Walker who stalled on the grid there. He lost a few places on lap 1 as well. Bit tricky to pick out the numbers on one or two of these cars as Matt Cowley nearly clips the back of somebody there. That was John O'Brown, I think. They come over the line to complete their second lap. Martin from Smith. McLennan's done the fastest lap of the race. No surprise there. Lead margin 1 second as they cross the line, just over. Sharp 4th, Quinn 5th, Foster's up to 6th, Cooper 7th, then Aaron, Cowley and White rounding out the first 10. Pick up the class leaders as they come through. The Clubman class being led by Cameron Jackson on his modern Formula Ford debut, number 66, he's 12th. The Super Classic division led by George McDonald, he's in Super Classic A, SC8. SCB, that's being led by Peter Daly, and SCD by Jason Cheetham for the older cars. They charge their way through the loop there. There's the number 30 car. That's Grant Palmer, one of our rookie class runners. Matt Cowley trying to make a move here. Morgan Quinn under fire. That's Joey Foster up behind him. Qualified a little lower down the grid than we're used to in Formula Ford races. He's normally up at the sharp end. There's the number 66. That's Cam Jackson. Very, very quick indeed in historic Formula Ford. Several wins at the Alton Park Gold Cup in single-seaters earlier this year, I recall. Matt Cowley on the move up the order as well in these familiar black and yellow machines. Somebody going up the pit lane there. Who's that pulling into the pits? I thought somebody had gone straight on there, but it's a car going into the pits. That's number 156, Horatio Fitzsimon in the Spectrum, the Kevin Mills racing car that's pulled in. So his race could be run. Martin leads by 1.1 seconds from Rory Smith, McLennan, Sharp, Quinn, then it's Joey Foster, Luke Cooper. Fitzsimon showing in 8th place there, but that was because he went straight on into the pits at the end of that lap. So it's Cowley, Aaron and White, 8th, 9th and 10th. Still the conditions pretty slippery, a little bit of understeer there for Ross Martin as he leads Rory Smith, but McLennan's hunting them down. Jamie Sharp in 4th place in the red 89 car with the black noseband. 88 Morgan Quinn, the blue car, is 5th, then Foster. 7th behind him, tucked in there with the white nose is Luke Cooper, then it's Cowley. Behind them Bryce Aaron and Oliver White. Now Joey Foster tries to make a move into Stoke Corner. Morgan Quinn holds him off. Behind them, here comes Cooper, the champion at the One Circuit Series at Castle Combe this year in their Formula Ford 1600 Championship that's run for many, many years. He's been the Triple Crown champion in the National Series as well, the Three Nation Championship. Slipping and sliding their way round. Here come the leaders over the lines, completes lap number 4. Lead margin increased by half a second on that last lap. Ross Martin, the Scotsman, certainly is a flying Scotsman in this race. He's pulling away from Smith and another Scotsman, McLennan, in 3rd place. Rory Smith, the Englishman in the Medina JL18 chassis, splitting them. Somebody running a bit wide there off the final corner at Club. Come the leaders to the loop once again. The only car that's had problems so far, Horatio Fitzsimon in the pit lane. Neil McLennan is now right with Rory Smith the second. Look at this battle for 4th place, headed by Jamie Sharp. Then we've got Morgan Quinn, Joey Foster, Luke Cooper, and behind him is, looks like Matthew Cowley. Then a gap back to the next group, headed up by Bryce Aaron in the 23 in the Low Dempsey racing car. Neil McLennan to the inside as they go into Stoke Corner. He's going through, under braking, up into 2nd place, the number 25 Kevin Mills Racing Spectrum chassis. Saying used to be Spectrum is green, didn't it? Well, Spectrum is blue and white in this race, and it's in 2nd place. Neil McLennan going for his 4th win out of 6 races this season. Sorry, his 5th win out of 6 races this season, I apologise. Here's the battle further back in the order, side by side. Coming off the turn there for 4th place, that's Sharp and Foster together. And here comes Morgan Quinn, that is, closing up on them as well. Great fight all the way down the order. Typical Formula Ford action here on the Silverstone International Circuit. And there's still 8 minutes of it to go. Martin's increased his lead by another half a second on that last lap because McLennan and Smith were battling. McLennan now starting to pull away. We'll see if the gap comes down. He's got half the race to go to try and catch Ross Martin. Here's the fight for 4th down the inside. That's Jamie Sharp and Joey Foster side by side as they go towards the Hanger Straight. Here they come. Who's coming out that in front? It's Foster who's got the 4th place away. Morgan Quinn in behind them. Luke Cooper and Matt Cowley as well. 5 of them together for 4th place. Bryce Aaron heads the next group ahead of Oliver White. Look at Matt Cowley with a dive down the inside here. The 177. He won't get through there. Morgan Quinn up the inside, and they're almost stuck together, these two. Look at that. And Joey Foster's going to be spun out. A tangle there. Round goes Foster. Jamie Sharp spun him around there, just clipped the back of him. They've got going again somehow by going round the outside. Somebody else nearly got caught up in there. I think it might have been Luke Cooper. And through all of that has come Matthew Cowley, and it looks like he's now up into 4th place. All change in the battle for 4th. That's how quickly it can happen in Formula Ford 1600 racing. Over the line come the leaders. We'll get a replay of what happened there. Watch the 2 cars on the outside. Joey Foster, Jamie Sharp, I think, just braked a bit too late, clipped the gearbox of Foster's car, spun him around. Luke Cooper, I don't know how he avoided them there, going to the outside. Nice recovery by Joey Foster, but he's lost a few places, and now we'll see the Cornish Express charge back through the field, I'm sure. Martin leads by 2.1 seconds, so Neil McLennan is starting to charge after him. Smith 3rd, it's Cowley 4th now, ahead of Quinn, Cooper, Sharp, Bryce Aaron, Oliver White. Joey Foster's down into 12th place, I think. Down the Hanger Straight come the leaders. 3 of them breaking clear. Cowley in 4th. What's going to happen into Stoke all this time? They're at it again further back. Look at this. Bryce Aaron having a go at Oliver White this time in the background. But here comes Morgan Quinn, the Irishman, down the inside. He's going to try and take fourth away. Then it's Cooper. Then the 89, which is Jamie Sharp. And then 5 cars fighting for the next position. Oliver White's understeering wide. Jono Brown's there on the inside in 122. And trying to come round the outside of him, that's Bryce Aaron, the American, in number 23. Cameron Jackson's in there as well. He's leading the clubman category. 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th together. Then this fight for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. You can't look away. It's impossible to know where to look in this Formula Ford race. Oh, we've got a tangle on the outside. Morgan Quinn, and I think that's Luke Cooper. They've tangled wheels and gone off into the gravel. That's the end of Luke Cooper's race. His front suspension's broken. The dejected Castle Combe champion gets up. Morgan Quinn's trying to get out of the gravel there. Yep, he's got going again, but is his suspension damaged? Luke Cooper is definitely out of the race. That's a great shame. Meanwhile, the lead gap is down to 1.8 seconds. Martin and McLennan, the two Scotsmen together, they're coming up on a back marker here. I think that's Neil MacArthur, the number 16 car. The man from Cheshire about to go a lap down. Regular racer at Alton Park in the Northern Championship. Rory Smith still third. Then it's Matt Cowley, Jamie Sharp. Oliver White showing in 6th at the end of that lap, but that may have changed by now. Oh no, that's the car of Horatio Fitzsimons rejoined a lap down. I apologise. 6th is Oliver White, just understeering a bit wide there. Taking a look at the class leaders, we know Cameron Jackson's leading the clubman category. The Super Classics, Class A led by George McDonald, Class B by Peter Daly, Class D by Jason Cheetham. Waiting for your leaders to come through. Here they come, and the lead gap has come down. 1.1 seconds in it now. Martin and McLennan, they're lapping MacArthur in the number 16 car. Smith is 3.3 seconds off the lead in 3rd place. Then Cowley heads the 4th place fight. Got a car in the pit lane there. No, that's the next race getting ready, sorry. See the class leaders there on the right of your picture. There's number 13. That's Stuart Kestenbaum. We caught a glimpse of there with his 1979 Van Diemen. Midfielders go over the line. John Svensson in there, going well in the clubman class as always. Great to have the Belgian here at Silverstone. There's the battle of the 4th. Cowley and Sharp. 6th position there is Joey Foster. He's come back well. We said it wouldn't take him long to recover from that spin. He's carved through that battle. There is the number 277. He's ahead of Bryce Aaron now. Oliver White's behind them. See, they were so busy squabbling, they lost time, and Foster was able to close up. Now here comes Jonathan Brown. The 122 going through on the inside. He's going to take Oliver White. That car suffering some understeer. The number 94, the former champion of Brands winner, down at Brands Hatch in Kent. And this is what you can see in 2 weeks' time at Brands Hatch at the Formula Ford Festival. Matthew Cowley under fire there. The back marker moves out of the way. Here comes Jamie Sharp fighting back after that tangle with Joey Foster. Twitches sideways. There's just under 3 minutes of the race to go. The lead gap's down to less than a second. Martin and McLennan. Is it going to be a 5th win of the year for Neil McLennan from the Highlands? There's number 5. That's Lorna Vickers running at the tail of the field. The only lady pilot in the race in her Van Diemen, running in class Super Classic A. There's your top 3 through. There's the battle of the 4th. Matt Cowley running a bit wide there over the curb. There's our leader, Ross Martin, and Neil McLennan right on his tail now as they come towards the hanger straight now. Could there be a move into Stowe here? He's going for the inside. Down towards Stowe they come. Neil McLennan ready to make a move for the lead. He started back in 7th. He's charged through the order. He's going for the lead into Stowe corner. There's a back marker, Paul Tucker ahead of them, and McLennan leads in the spectrum. Ross Martin trying to fight back on the outside. The two Scotsmen fight it out. So they go either side of Paul Tucker coming through the veil, and Ross Martin's got the lead back again. Oh, superb. Well judged move there by Ross Martin, using the back marker as a pick, as they say in NASCAR racing. Coming up on Stuart Kestenbaum's classic machine now. We've got just under 2 minutes of this race to go, and it's not over yet. It's the two Scotsmen fighting it out. Ross Martin from Glasgow, McLennan from Inverness. They go past Stuart Kestenbaum. Is McLennan going to get the lead back again as they go into the first corner at Abbey? Yes, he is on the inside. They're twitching about all over the place. It's still slippery out there. Rory Smith still 3rd. Cowley fighting with Sharp for 4th position. And then this group for 6th place headed by Joey Foster. It's Bryce Aaron, John Brown. Next in the order, it's Oliver White and Cameron Jackson. Terrific racing from the Formula Ford team. McLennan holds the lead ahead of Ross Martin. It's just between these two for the win. Rory Smith in 3rd. The rest are 6 seconds back, fighting for 4th place. Just over a minute of racing to go here in our second race of the day here at Silverstone. They're weaving about on the Hanger Straight. Neil McLennan's got the widest Formula Ford in the world right now as he tries to defend from the former champion Ross Martin. Round the right-hander at Stowe Corner. What can Ross do here? Can he get the better exit? Tucks in on the gearbox of the 25. Ross Martin going for the inside into the club complex. I don't think he'll get through there. It is still very slippery there. Just over 30 seconds to go. They'll get one more lap out of this. Coming up to start lap number 12, which will be the final lap. Over the line they go. What's the gap as they cross the line? It's 0.35 of a second. They're coming up to lap Lorna Vickers in the number 5. Rory Smith just looking on. A bit of understeer there for Neil McLennan. He's struggling, I think. Don't tell me his tyres are going off after that heroic charge from 7th on the grid. Matt Cowley still 4th, ahead of Jamie Sharp, then Joey Foster. Jonathan Brown's up to 7th, ahead of Oliver White, Aaron Jackson, Bryce Aaron and Cameron Jackson, sorry. Can't keep up with this. McLennan from Martin. It's between these two for the victory. Where's Rory Smith? There he is in number 45. In the Medina. Down the straight, it's the Spectrum that leads from the Van Diemen. Here they come towards Stowe Corner. Can Ross Martin get the inside line? McLennan dodges about. Just about holds it. This is going to be very close. It's going to take a last bend lunge, I think, from Ross Martin. Which of the Scotsmen is going to take the win? Of course, if they tangle, Rory Smith is going to come through. Martin's going for the inside into the club complex. He's not going to get through there. This is going to be very close. We're in the last few hundred yards of our Avon Tyres Formula Ford 1600 National Championship race, and Ross Martin really trying as they count towards Club Corner for the final time. Is he going to do it? Not quite. Neil McLennan takes his 5th win of the season by 0.4 of a second ahead of Ross Martin. What a battle. Rory Smith comes over in 3rd place. Matt Cowley is going to take 4th, just ahead of Jamie Sharp. Joey Foster driving through the field twice to take 6th. Jonathan Brown just losing out there on the last lap to Oliver White for 7th. 9th, it's Bryce Aaron, and Reese Lysette's coming through for 10th place at the end there. I think we may have lost Cameron Jackson. No, there he is. He's come through a little bit further down. So Jackson with a problem on the last lap. He finishes 14th, but he does win the clubman category just ahead of Pascal Monbaron. Wow, what a superb race. Formula Ford racing at its very, very best. It's a 5th win of the season for Neil McLennan, the man from Scotland, defeating fellow Scotsman Ross Martin. Further back in the order, the Super Classic divisions, Class A. That was won by George McDonald, number 67. He came in 20th overall, 1 place ahead of Peter Daly, who won SCB, and SCD won by Jason Cheetham in the Merlin Mark 11A. Just a couple of retirements from that race. We lost Luke Cooper, of course, into the gravel, and Morgan Quinn, the man he tangled with, pulled into the pits a lap later. Last couple of cars come across the line. There's number 50, Jason Cheetham, with the vintage Merlin. Dan McLennan's winning margin, 0.442 of a second, and he got the fastest lap of the race as well, 1 minute 18.52 seconds. Well, congratulations to our Formula Ford racers. Well done to all of them. A brilliant show that they have put on there. We're going to head down to the paddock very shortly then. Ian Waterhouse is down there waiting to talk to our race winner, Neil McLennan.
Right, everybody, welcome back down to Park Fun. Let's go have a chat. What a race that was, wasn't it? Neil McLennan all the way from 7th on the grid to take the race win. Fantastic stuff. Let's go see if we can have a quick chat. I think we've got Ross Martin over here, haven't we? See if we can have a quick word with Ross. Ross, quick word. I'll let you get your helmet off. You chaps, both of you actually, guys, you both certainly kept us well entertained in that. Ross, you just couldn't hold him back in the end.
Nah, I mean, at the end we were struggling. I could see him coming. I mean, what a start. Good couple of laps, but yeah, Neil's been quick. I mean, all year, Jesus, that's so many wins he's had in little races.
I think it's five or something like that. He's quick, isn't he? Oh,
I mean,
wow.
I was pushing hard and I seen him coming, but yeah, close at the end. I mean, we were bumper to bumper until the end, so yeah, probably had the pace for him, but tricky conditions to race each other at the same pace. But yeah, fair play to Neil. Yeah, good racing and another podium, I guess, for this year, which is good to end the season.
I've got some good news for you. You've got another chance later.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Can I get stuck in again? Hopefully, front row again. So we'll go for it.
Definitely. Well done. Well done, Ross. Congratulations. Let's go grab a quick word with Neil if we can. He's down here. Look, he's looking like a happy man. He's sorry. Can I just squidge through? Neil, is there no end to your talents? Talk us through. I started 7th on the grid. You came through to take the win.
Yeah,
pretty good racing.
No, thank you very much. Very undecidable at the start what to do with setup wise, but we just bit the bullet, took a decision, wanted to see if it would work, and luckily it did, I think. So.
More importantly, what happened in qualifying then?
we did struggle in qualifying. Just needing. If we had someone to like have a toll around the track with, we might have been able to get a time, but it's such a tough field this year. It's any lap, one mistake, that's it. Your lap's knackered. So it's been so close this year, and it's been really enjoyable. But yeah, that was what a race that was. Delighted.
It was a great race, great to watch as well. And look, huge congratulations. Don't forget, you've got to do it all again later.
Yeah, no, I've got to do it all again. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Neil. Right, there we go. What a great race that was. Neil claiming your race winner. Started 7th on the grid, came through, just managed to get past Ross Martin in the end, and he's got the scrutineer and just bobbed me by. Right, it's time for the next race. I'm going to hand you back over to your commentator. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, Ian. Have a look at the results of the Formula 4s then. Neil McLennan, the winner by less than half a second over Ross Martin, with Rory Smith taking third. Matt Cowley topping an absorbing battle with Jamie Sharp for 4th place. Joey Foster coming back through for 6th, ahead of Oliver White. Then Jonathan Brown, Bryce Aaron and Reece Lysett rounding up the top 10. Grant Palmer, 11th, ahead of Sam Harrison. Then it was the number 15 car of David MacArthur, 13th. Cameron Jackson, the winner of the Clubman category, was next, just ahead of Pascal Monbaran. He dropped back on the final lap. And behind them was the number 41 of Alex Walker, another of our rookie drivers this year. Okay, next up it's the Tiedman Trophy from the Monoposto Racing Club, and Ian caught up with some of the drivers before their race.
Right, here we are down in the paddock now. It's almost time for the Tiedman Trophy to get underway, but I've been joined by two very special guests. First up we have
David Cox. I'm president of the Monoposto Racing Club, and I've been racing in Monoposto since 1981.
Fantastic, fantastic. And
Eddie Guest, I'm chairman of the club, and I've been racing since about 2008, I think I started, so
wow,
a newbie in comparison to some.
Yeah, I suppose. Now, chaps, qualifying's happened already. What do you think? What do we make of the session?
Well, unfortunately, it was disrupted by a red flag, which is always a bit unsettling. And speaking as somebody who's touring around at the back, it seemed to be otherwise okay for me. I didn't test the limits too much.
Well, fair enough. There's still time to do that, isn't there? Yeah. Eddie, how about yourself?
A bit the same. I think the yellow flags coming out were a bit unsettling, and then after we went out the second time, it started to rain, which of course is a little bit off-putting as well.
Yep.
So reasonably happy. I'm third in class on the grid at the moment, which is not quite where I'd like to be. I'd like to be a bit further forward, of course, but not too unhappy with where I am, I guess.
Now, we know today's a little bit windy, could be wet for the race. Are we praying for rain? David, are we?
Well, I always prefer it to be dry.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Apart from the fact that you get wet if it's raining, it's also test the limit of your abilities far more, I think, than the common slicks. But in the end, it will be what it is, and we'll make the best of it.
Fantastic. And Eddie, rain suit your style, or you want a dry one too?
I'm pretty relaxed about it either way, actually. I think last time I raced here in the wet, I was actually pretty quick, so maybe it works for me, I don't know.
Hey,
but it does tend to make the dice throw a little bit unpredictably, so that's the only downside of it. But I'm quite relaxed about it either way. I suppose if I'm honest, dry is better because it does make life a little easier, but it wouldn't worry me too much.
Fantastic. Look, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. I know I sort of caught you on the hop, so thank you very much for talking and enjoy the race. We'll be watching. Right, I'm down here with Tom Wheatley. Now, Tom, talk us through qualifying. Are you a happy man?
I am, yeah. First in class, which is pretty good for me. So pleased with that. It was just avoiding the yellows. That was the problem. I think that's why everyone else struggled. I just got luckier a little bit, I think.
No, I just caught you tinkering with the car. Everything all right? Checking oil, making sure everything's good?
Yeah, just topping up the fuel. I'm still learning all about this car, so I got no real mechanical experience before doing all of this stuff.
Join the club.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to learn it as I go along, and everyone has been super helpful as well. So
is this your first season then with the Tiedman Trophy?
I used to do a bit of British Formula Ford years ago, but this is my first race for 16 years.
Wow.
So yeah, trying to learn everything again is quite the experience.
So are you feeling a little bit nervous, a little bit tentative?
Yeah, always nervous. Yeah, I don't do well before races. After it's fine, but yeah, the build-up's not fun.
Well, in that case, I really appreciate you talking to me. Thanks, because I probably haven't helped matters there.
All right, no worries. Thanks very much.
Best of luck, Tom. We'll be keeping an eye on you on the race. Thank you very much. Right, it's time for the action. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, who's going to talk you through it all.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. Moving on to our next race then. This is the Monoposto Racing Club Tiedman Trophy, racing in memory of the club's founder of the Monoposto Racing Club. We've got a huge grid of single-seaters out there. Dax Ward in his Jedi Mark 6 in pole position alongside the Formula 3 Dallara of Chris Davison. The second row, Chris Woodhouse, he's in another Jedi, and Bryn Tutel will be alongside him in his Van Diemen. Third row, Jason Timms. The Timms family have been in this form of racing for many, many years now. Lee Fern, the Fern family likewise alongside him. Fourth row, Mark Harrison. Number 10, Tony Bishop. Number 4, they're in Formula 3 cars. Fifth row, it's Roger Wright alongside Josh Warren. And then we've got a real veteran of single-seater racing, number 28, Jim Blockley with his classic Rolt RT3 alongside Anthony Gauntlet with his Dallara. The seventh row, Bruno Costa, mechanic turned racer alongside Jared Wood. Then the eighth row, the man we've just heard from, Tom Wheatley, making his comeback to racing alongside James Drew Williams. The ninth row, Martin Wright lines up alongside Terry Clark in his Van Diemen. Then we've got Matt Jordan alongside Miles Castaldini in his Van Diemen. Miles, a regular historic sports car racer as well as single-seaters. Phil Davis on the 11th row alongside another veteran of this form of racing, Nigel Davis. Next on the grid, Rob Smith, and the man we've just heard from there, Edward Guest, the chairman of the Monoposto Racing Club. On 24th on the grid, the 13th row, Adrian Holy lines up alongside Will Cox in his ex-Formula Vauxhall Junior car. The grid continues with another long-time Monoposto racer, Robin Dorr, on the 14th row alongside David Cox. Then next on the grid, we have got Chris Lord alongside Andrew Cartmel. Sam Don in his Scarab Formula V car lines up alongside Peter Bramage. Stephen Griffin and Jim Spencer on the 17th row. The 18th row, Phil Chappell and Jeff Fern. David Jones in his Van Diemen RF82, one of the older cars on the grid, lines up at the back. 37 cars out there in total. Quick explanation of the classes. We've got classes 1600, 1800 and 2000. That's in terms of engine size, that's self-explanatory. We've also got the F3 class for British Formula 3 cars. The Classic division for the older cars on the grid. We've got some 1980s Formula 3 and Formula Vauxhall cars, among others, in there. And then we've got the Moto classes. As the name suggests, that's for motorcycle engine cars, M1000 and M1400. They'll be designated as in terms of engine size of motorcycle engine cars on this grid. Well, the races today in memory of Frank Tiedman, as we mentioned, the founder of the Monoposto Racing Club, a home for cost-effective single-seater racing many years ago. And it's very fitting that they're racing today, because today, 10th of October 2020, would have been Frank Tiedman's 100th birthday. So happy birthday, Frank Tiedman. I know his family are watching today. We hope you enjoy the action. He shares a birthday with another famous name in motorsport as well. A very happy birthday to the voice of Formula 1, Murray Walker. 97 years young today is Murray. Right, here they come then, out onto the grid. Dax Ward running in class Moto 1000 on pole. Been racing his Jedi Mark 6 for many years. Was a sponsor of this championship through his business at one time as well. Alongside him we have Chris Davison, the first of the Formula 3 class cars. That's a Dallara F301. Plenty of Formula 3 machinery on this grid. We've got Dalaras, plenty of Jedis, lots of Van Diemens, and some more obscure makes as well. Edward Guest, the club chairman, in an Anson SA4. We've got a JKS out there. That's the car Bruno Costa is driving. Bruno, a mechanic for the Jansport racing team, running Ford Fiesta and Mini Challenge cars, among others. That's the bright green car you can see there in the background. Bruno Costa having a go at single-seater racing for the first time, I believe, today. Second row of the grid, Chris Woodhouse in another of the Jedis. Jedi, of course, single-seater constructors for many years. Started off in hill climbs, moved to circuit racing. They've got their own dedicated series, previously known as Formula Jedi, now called F1000. 1000cc engines, of course. We've got some old Formula Ford cars. We've got an old Formula Vauxhall Lotus car, Jared Wood, number 46 at the wheel of that. We've got old Rolts Formula 3 cars, some Reynards. We've got a Lola in the hands of James Drew Williams in the F3 class. We've got a French-built Miguel Formula Ford car. That's Tom Wheatley's car we heard from earlier. Sam Don is in an ex-Formula V category Scarab. Will Cox has a Formula Vauxhall Junior car. They raced back in the 1990s. There's Sam Don, the blue car. We've got a Speeds RM07. Speed's a small independent manufacturer. Roger Wright, number 59, driving that. And also Andrew Cartmel with the rare Revelation 1-litre engine motorcycle-powered machine. So they're coming up towards the grid then, this mixture of some with wings, some without. These single-seater racers. They should have 37 cars on the grid. Just doing their exploratory laps at the moment, getting used to the wet conditions. There's Edward Guest, the yellow car, number 57, the club chairman. Club president we heard from earlier as well. Number 2, David Cox, out there in his Rolts. Well, there's the leading runners. Dax Ward in the red and white Jedi. The grey and orange Dallara of Chris Davison behind him. Then we've got the 441, which is Chris Woodhouse with his Jedi Mark 6. Car number 26, that's Bryn Tootle, former stock car racer. He's running in the 2000 class with his Van Diemen RF01. Also in there, Jason Timms. The Timms family have been racing monopostos for as long as I can remember. Number 4, Tony Bishop in the blue and yellow car there. His Dallara also runs in the F3 Cup Championship. 59, that's the Speeds of Roger Wright. Bruno Costa, number 17 with the JKS. There's the Formula Vauxhall Lotus, number 46. 85 there. That's James Drew Williams. That's the Lola Formula 3 car. Real mixture of single-seaters out in this one, and that's the appeal of this series. Basically anything from a Formula 3 car downwards in single-seater racing is welcomed by the Monoposto Racing Club. One of Britain's longest established and best loved championships, this one. Up to the grid then. Dax Ward in the Jedi on pole. The Dallara alongside him of Chris Davison. Just a little slippery out there. You can see the track gleaming slightly. 441, Chris Woodhouse. This is the first round of a 3-round championship, the Tiedman Trophy, contested every autumn outside the main championship by the Monoposto Racing Club. The green and orange car there, that's Miles Castaldini. He's raced some sports cars and special GT cars in the past, as well as this Van Diemen RF94. Racing in the Moto 1000 division today. Thanks to Reprise IT for their sponsorship of the championship. Somebody lined up in slightly the wrong place there on row 3. Who's that? That's number 33, Lee Fern. A few members of Team Fern out in this one. We've got Jeff in number 7 further back. He's in class 1600. Lee is in the F3 class with that Dallara. Bruno Costa into line. Drivers just waiting patiently while this big grid of cars is assembled here. I'm not sure Lee Fern will be allowed to start the race from that angle. There's the cars at the back. There's number 7, Jeff Fern on the right. Sam Don in 73. I believe he's the son of Martin Don, who raced Formula V for many years. 52 there is Phil Chappell with his Van Diemen RF98 racing in the Mono 2000 category. Yes, the Marshal's just trying to get Lee Fern into line there. Just wheel him into position, that's it. So the front of the grid is assembled, just the last few cars at the back coming into line. This will be, again, a 15-minute race for the Monoposto Racing Club Reprise IT Tiedman Trophy. Number 2 moving into line there, that's David Cox, the club president, been racing since 1981. There are some drivers out there who have been racing even longer. I would say Jim Blockley has probably been racing longer than that. Number 28, look out for him in his Roltart T3. Similar car to David Cox. 47 at the back there, that's David Jones with his Van Diemen RF82. That's a Formula Ford 2000 car. It really does take all sorts in this division of racing. You can see still a few menacing clouds around above the hangar straight here at Silverstone. Okay, so they are just about into position at the back of the grid then. Pole position on the outside of the grid, of course, here at Silverstone. 52 there, that is Phil Chappell. I think that's a Formula Ford car that's been fitted with wings. We do see that quite often in this championship. You can do a little bit more modification if you wish to. The green flag has been shown at the back of the grid. The red lights are on. 15 minutes of racing gets underway. Not the best of starts by Jason Timms there from the third row of the grid. Everybody is away with this first race of the Tiedman Trophy for 2020. And round they go towards Abbey Corner for the first time. Now, who's going to come out of the complex and up towards the hangar straight with the lead then? We'll pick up the leaders in a second. Here they come then, it's Dax Ward with the lead, trying to go round the outside. That looks like the speeds that's up there of Roger Wright. He's made a good start. There's a couple of cars running wide there over the curves. It is Dax Ward who leads the way in the Moto 1000 car. It is Wright second, Davison third, Bryn Tutel fourth, and Chris Woodhouse rounding out the top 5. The rest of them surge their way through the loop and up towards the hangar straight for the first time. Number 24 going through there. That's Robin Dorr in the Tom's Toyota car. But Roger Wright, a great start there up into second place in the speeds behind our pole sitter Dax Ward in the Jedi. There's number 32 moving through on the inside. The number 32 car is Terry Clark with his 2000 spec Van Diemen, racing in the Mono 2000 class today. They just start to sort themselves out, and Roger Wright's taken the lead in the speeds. Number 59, the man from Liverpool, leads the way from Dax Ward. Chris Davison defending from Bryn Tutel for third place. Tutel round the outside at Club Corner, the Lancashire driver. Side by side as they head across the stripe. Chris Woodhouse is fifth. It's Jason Timms in sixth place. We've got a spinner. Number 77, Nigel Davers, stuck on the curb there. He's beached it. It's Nigel Davers in his Jedi, the Wiltshire driver. If he can't get away from there, we could have a safety car. Let's go racing on. Roger Wright clearing off in front. Chris Davison up the inside takes second place at Farm Corner through Village. Tutel is fourth. Woodhouse is in fifth position. Then we've got another of the Jedis in sixth place. I think that might be Josh Warren, number 222, up to sixth. There's Tony Bishop coming through. The battle is on for second place. Dax Ward trying to fight back against Chris Davison, trying to go around the outside as they come down towards Stowe Corner. Slightly bigger, slightly more powerful F3 car in second place. It's all about lightweight with these little Jedis. They're screaming 1000cc motorcycle engines, mostly Honda powered. Bryn Tutel in fourth place, then Chris Woodhouse. Behind them, they pass the spun car there. The lead gap has come down a little. Roger Wright from Chris Davison. I thought we might see a safety car with that car beached there, but not at the moment. Wright has calmed down after his very fast start, and here comes Chris Davison with an attack for the lead on the inside into Abbey, but the safety car is indeed coming out. We can see the board there, SC for safety car. That's because of Nigel Davers' beached car at the club chicane. There he is. They're allowing the marshals to try and pull it off the curb. and the safety car is coming out. It will pick up the race leader. Drivers warning those behind to slow down. Where is Nigel Davis, number 77, a long-time monoposto racer with his Jedi Mark 6. The BMW safety car has picked up our race leader Roger Wright in the number 59 Speeds RM07. Certainly made a speedy start, didn't he, to come through to take the lead. Having started back in 9th on the grid, it was a remarkable start. Now the clock continues to count down. The time doesn't stop during a safety car period. We can see that the club chicane is clear there. Look at the size of that field of cars out there. Wright from Davison, Dax Ward in third. Nigel Davis has got moving again at the tail of the field. There's Chris Woodhouse. Treble 2 next, that's Josh Warren. And then behind him we have Tony Bishop, number 4. Take a look at the class leaders a little later on. There's a lot of them to go through here. Number 91 there in the familiar red and white, the old McLaren colours. That's Adrian Holy. This race Clubman's sports cars. He's in a Reynard 913. I think we're going back to green here. Indeed we are. Just one lap under the safety car to get the car moved. Well done to the marshals. Good restart by Bryn Tootle, the number 26 car there, going for the inside on Dax Ward for third place, and he goes through the Van Diemen up into third place. But it's Roger Wright still with the lead ahead of Chris Davison. They can't pass, of course, till they reach the start-finish line there. Over the line come the midfield runners. There are the leaders. Roger Wright from Chris Davison. It's Tootle, Ward and Woodhouse. The first 5 have broken away. Chris Davison down the inside takes the lead at the loop. Great restart by Chris Davison. Roger Wright has calmed down now after that very fast start. But he's fighting back along the hanger straight in the speeds. Goes to the outside of Davison. Dax Ward down to 4th. He could be down to 5th because Chris Woodhouse trying to come through in the background as well. Davison just about holds the lead in the number 31, the man from Morton in Marsh in the South Midlands. First 5 running clear then. Roger Wright's strong challenge again for the lead as they come into club. Just over 9 minutes of this race still to go. The 2 little Jedis sliding about there. 6th position is still Josh Warren. Then it's Tony Bishop. Behind him is Terry Clark. He's running well in the 32. Jason Timms and Jim Blockley, the 2 monoposto veterans, round out the top 10. Used to see 3 members of the Timms family, Jason, Jeremy and Jim, all racing together. Just Jason out there today though. Tony Bishop has lost out to Terry Clark. There's Timms, behind him Jim Blockley, then it's Bruno Costa. He's running well in 11th place, his first go at monoposto racing. Chris Davison leads, also leads the F3 category. Roger Wright in 2nd place, he's leading the Moto 1000 class. Bryn Tootle 3rd, leading the Mono 2000 category. Terry Clark going well, there's the number 32 car on the tail of one of the Jedis. That's the treble 2 of Josh Warren. 35 cars took the start in this race, so we had a couple didn't make the grid after qualifying. Not time to work out who they are at the moment. We've got plenty of action going on the track to talk about. There's the fight for 6. Terry Clark running well. He's got ahead of Josh Warren now. Behind them Tony Bishop. But there's our leader. Chris Davison has pulled away now from Roger Wright as they go over the line. The gap that time through just under 3 seconds. Bryn Tootle is closing up on Wright for 2nd place. Then we've got Woodhouse. He's got ahead of Dax Ward, the pole sitter, for 4th position. Terry Clark in 6th. There's a back marker, number 47, David Jones. He'll soon go a lap down in his 1982 Van Diemen. Leaders heading out at the top of the circuit towards the hanger straight. Chris Davison, Roger Wright, Bryn Tootle in his first race for the Tiedman Trophy 2020. Honouring Frank Tiedman's 100th birthday it would have been today. There's Dax Ward back in 5th, and Terry Clark definitely closing up. His lap times about half a second quicker than the two men in front of him. Josh Warren next, then Bishop, then Timms and Blockley round out the top 10. Bruno Costa is next, he's going well. Miles Castaldini is up into 12th place. Jim Blockley incidentally leading the classic category. Just ahead of him, Timms leading the Moto 1400 class. I think that's a Dallara Formula 3 chassis with a motorcycle engine in it. So there's your class leaderboards. Davison on the top in the F3 class. Wright in Moto 1000. Tutel in the Mono 2000 class. Moto 1400 led by Timms. Classic by Blockley. The 1800 class by number 56 of Tom Wheatley. He'd love a class win on his return to racing. And further back in the order, the 1600 class, I can tell you, is being led by number 44 of Will Cox. We've got just over 6 minutes of this race still to go. Davison still ahead of Wright, increased his lead that time through to 4.5 seconds as a move being made there on Bryn Tootle. I think that was Woodhouse about to take third place in the Jedi. Davison leads into Stowe Corner. Up the Vale towards the club complex. Wright still in second place following that lightning start. Chris Davison controlling the pace very nicely, thank you, out in front. And also leads the Formula 3 category. Second Formula 3 car is Tony Bishop. A couple of back markers to be lapped. One of them is the 182 car, Stephen Griffin with his Van Diemen. There's the Lola of number 85. That is James Drew Williams. He's back in 12th behind Bruno Costa. Woodhouse has indeed got ahead of Tutel for third place. It's Ward 5th, Clark 6th, Josh Warren 7th. Tony Bishop moving across towards the pit wall there. Is he looking for a wetter line? Has he got the setup wrong, or was he just reading his pit board? There's 77, Nigel Davis. He's got going again after his spin. 14 is behind him. Rob Smith with his Dallara in the old Renault Formula 1 livery there, the blue and yellow. There's 46. That's the Formula Vauxhall Lotus car of Jared Wood. A lot of Formula 1 drivers in the 1990s came through at Formula Vauxhall Lotus. Likes of Mika Hakkinen and David Coulthard and many more. A lot of these cars, once raced in, now redundant single-seater series, they found a home with the Monoposto Racing Club. See the variety there. Some of these cars decidedly modified from their origins, with wings added and so on. Here comes the leader, Chris Davison over the line. Down into Abbey Corner. Roger Wright is under fire now. In fact, has he lost that second place? Yes, he has in the traffic there. I missed that. Chris Woodhouse has taken second place. Wright third, Tutel is fourth. And Dax Ward rounds out the top 5. Terry Clark is 6th. Yeah, Tony Bishop is moving across there. I wonder if Tony Bishop's got wet tyres on and he's moving across trying to find a line off the dry line there on the pit straights. There's the leading pack heading through towards the loop. Back marker being lapped there, Phil Chappell. There's Dax Ward, he's just lapped the number 182 there. That's the Van Diemen of Steve Griffin. But it's Chris Woodhouse now in second place, number 441 in his Jedi Mark 6. That means he now leads the Moto 1000 class as well, because he's taken Roger Wright. Whole phalanx of cars there further back, and the leader's got to somehow get through this lot. Just over 3 minutes to go for Chris Davison. He's clear by 7 seconds now in the lead of this race for the Tiedman Trophy. Just watching these back markers ahead of him. Sam Don is there also. I think that's number 25 in front of him, which is Jim Spencer's Reynard. Roger Wright battling it out here for third place, under fire from Bryn Tootle, moving to defend there as they go into... Oh, Bruno Costa's out. The newcomer in number 17 has pulled up. Couldn't see any damage on the car, so I assume that's a mechanical failure. Again, Tony Bishop moving across towards the pit wall. I think he's struggling with tyres. Let's have a look at his lap times. Well, he's lapping in the 1 minute 13, which is a second off Chris Davison. Davison with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:10.877. Now he's coming up to lap Jeff Fern in the number 7 and Sam Don. They'll be shown the blue flag to warn them that he's there. I wonder if the tyres are starting to go off because the lap speeds have dropped off as the track dries out. Chris Davison up the inside needs to be careful here with these back markers. There's the number 44 about to be lapped. That's Will Cox leading the Mono 1600 category. The back markers trying to find space to get out of the way. Times like this, they wish single-seaters had headlights to flash at the cars ahead, and Davison through the middle there. The lead gap has come down to 2 seconds as a result of that, because Davison was held up on that lap, and Woodhouse, his last lap, was 5 seconds quicker than Chris Davison's. He's taken 5 seconds out of him on that last lap alone. Has Davison got a problem here? Are his tyres going off? There's Woodhouse in the blue and white car. Bryn Toutel in third. Roger Wright's gone down to fourth. Now let's keep an eye on Chris Davison. There's Woodhouse, he's definitely closing on him. I wonder if Chris Davison's tyres have gone off. He's got just over a minute left, so it'll be last lap this time around. This is going to be a close one. There's Davison. His last lap was a 1 minute 15. Woodhouse is a 1 minute 10.5, which was the quickest lap of the race. You can see him reeling him in. This is going to be close between the Formula 3 Dallara and the little Jedi Mark 6 into club. They've got Will Cox in between them in the Formula Vauxhall Junior car. Now, I think Davison's tyres are going off. 40 seconds to go as they cross the line to start what will be the final lap of the Silverstone International Circuit in Race 1 for the Monoposto Tiedman Trophy, sponsored by Reprise IT Services. You can see the dry line there, through towards Abbey. There's Roger Wright. He's lost fourth place now to Dax Ward at the line, the pole sitter in this race in the Jedi. There are the leaders. They're almost together now. Watch for Chris Woodhouse here in 441. They're coming up towards the loop. Dax Ward there ahead of Roger Wright. Here are the leaders. They're side by side as they come onto the hanger straight, and Woodhouse leads. Chris Woodhouse has taken the lead as they go past one of the back markers there, the number 30 of Andrew Cartmel. Davison fights back up the outside. He retakes him on the brakes for Stowe Corner. A cracking duel to the line here in our first Monoposto Tiedman Trophy race of the day. Woodhouse is not finished yet. They're side by side as they head into the Vale, and the Jedi pulls ahead again. Chris Woodhouse has got the speed advantage. They're right together, almost tucked up behind the back-marking number 2 car there. Davison over the curve on the inside. They almost touched. That was close. Who's going to come through? There's a car in the gravel at the final corner. They come through towards the line, and it's going to be Chris Woodhouse who takes it. Woodhouse the winner from Davison by half a second. My goodness, what a finish. Chris Woodhouse in the Jedi Mark 6, your winner. Davison second, Toutel third, Ward fourth, Roger Wright fifth. Beyond that, it's Josh Warren in sixth. Terry Clark takes seventh as the rest of them come home. Tony Bishop, you can see struggling on, he's on wet weather tyres, I was right. Eighth goes to James Drew Williams in his Lola. Jason Timms ninth, and Tony Bishop takes 10th. Now, who's that that's gone off on the outside of Club Corner there? I can't quite see. I'll try and pick that up in a moment. It may be the 33 of Lee Fern, the car we saw struggling to line up on the grid. I think it's Lee Fern in the gravel there. Well, Chris Davison loses the win on the line to Chris Woodhouse. I reckon his tyres must have been going off. Woodhouse the winner. We'll just take you through the class winners. Woodhouse wins Moto 1000. Davison wins the F3 class. Bryn Toutel wins Mono 2000 in third. Moto 1400 won by Jason Timms. Classic class, that went to Jared Wood. He passed Jim Blockley late on. The Mono 1800 class goes to number 117 Chris Lord, just pipping Tom Wheatley in the closing stages there. And the 1600 class won by number 44 Will Cox. So those are your class winners from that Tiedman Trophy first race. Frank Tiedman would be very proud indeed on his 100th birthday. A great finish there. Dax Ward incidentally got the fastest lap on the final lap there, 1 minute 10.455. So Chris Davison was certainly struggling in the last few laps, and Chris Woodhouse pounced to take the victory. We'll see The Tiedman Trophy back out at the end of the programme later on at around 5:30. Scheduled to have their second race of the day. Next action today is the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. 4 races in one effectively coming up next. Pre-93, Pre-03, Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloons. But now we will hand down to Ian Waterhouse, who will be present to talk to our race winner Chris Woodhouse in the paddock.
Right, hello everybody, welcome back down to Park Farm. Unfortunately, the race winners have actually just driven straight past. They've gone straight back down to the pit lane. A little bit unusual, but not really too sure why that is. A couple of the cars have come up here. It's actually the stop-go penalty area, and they've been called off somewhere. Let's see if we can grab a... We've got Robin Dorr here. Let's just see if we can grab a quick look. Robin, is everything all right? How come you're down here and not following everybody else?
Being told to go to race control, apparently.
Oh, okay.
No idea.
Best of luck with it.
I'll let you know later.
Please do, thank you. So these 3 cars here, we've got Phil Davies here. We've got Robin Dorr there, Conor Brett, I'm not sure who that is. Let me see if I can have a quick look. They've been called to go to race control. We're a little bit unsure as to why that is. Normally they pull into Parc Fermé, all of the leaders have gone straight down there, but there was a pair of Chris's, wasn't it, who got over the line. Chris Davison, Chris Woodhouse. It was Woodhouse eventually who managed to get by on that very last lap. Thrilling race, wasn't it? And guess what? We will be doing it all again a little bit later as well. I'm going to hand back to the results screen so you can see that classified results before we head out for the next race.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. Unfortunately, we didn't get to talk to our race winners there. We will get the result. Chris Woodhouse the winner by half a second ahead of Chris Davison. Bryn Tootle in third. They all win their respective classes as well. Dax Ward fourth ahead of Roger Wright and Josh Warren. Too many W's in there. Terry Clark in 7th place ahead of James Drew Williams. Jason Timms wins his class in 9th. Tony Bishop slipping back to 10th. Then Robin Dorr next ahead of Matt Jordan. Next in the order was Jared Wood. He pipped Jim Blockley to the win in the classic category. Formula Vauxhall Lotus beats F3 Roltz. Next in the order was the number 8 of Martin Wright. Then Chris Lord, who won the 1800 category in his 1986 Reynard, all the way from Totnes in Devon to race here today. And the rest of the order, there weren't too many casualties in that one. So we'll confirm the rest of that result later on, because next up we're going classic touring car racing, and Ian's got some interviews for us.
Right, here we are down in the garage. It's almost time for the classic touring cars Pre-93 03, joined by the Thunder and Boss Saloons, and a familiar face on pole position, Andy Robinson. Andy, talk us through qualifying.
Very slippy, very busy, cars everywhere. So yeah, I don't think anybody got the lap they wanted in there. So
yeah, we'll go quicker. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm not saying anything, but we'll try and go quicker.
Know me, Andy. I'll try and put words in your mouth.
yeah. All I want to do is win the championship. So yeah. I'm not going to be soft, but I'm not going to. I don't want to take myself out neither. So.
Well, look, you've got Mr. Wilson alongside you, and we've got James and Nicky just behind as well.
I'll be going over the line quite fast.
If James can get that skyline to the finish, who knows what's going to happen? But
he's got 3 ton of V8 supercars to get through. We'll be like driving as wide as we could, because we know how quick that skyline is on the straight.
Look, you've had magnificent racing this season. We've been with you at Cadwell, Brands Hatch, all over the place. What's been a highlight for you this year?
Even though I didn't do very well, was the Brands Hatch weekend was just, to be honest, all of them have been good in all different ways. I enjoyed them all.
Just nice to get out again, isn't it?
It's just, you wander around the cars and look at them. It's not having 30 or 40 cars. It's just all so diverse and different. If you went round and picked all the cars that you think you had a secret desire for, they're all in this race. They might not be the fastest cars in the world, all these old cars, but they're certainly interesting. Love them.
Andy, best of luck for the race. Now, before we go, come with me a little bit, because I want to show you what's going to be faced. These 2 cars here, Andy Wilson's car here, this is Andy Robinson's. These are absolute monsters. It's these 2 on pole, 2nd place on the grid. Just look at them. It is going to be a roar as they get going. Wow, it's going to be something special. So here it is, Andy Robinson's car on the right. That's on pole position. And here, right here, Andy Wilson's. Oh, it's okay, Andy, don't worry. And this one here is Andy Wilson's as well. He is 2nd on the grid. There's a skyline knocking around somewhere. We're going to go find James and have a chat with him. Well, I've come down to have my customary chat with Mike Seaborn, the man with the coolest face mask in the motorsport today. Mike, we're in front of your Jag here. You know I've got a bit of a thing for this. How'd you get on in qualifying, first of all?
Qualifying, I had to throw a load of new brake pads on all four corners last night, very late on. So qualifying was just getting embedded in, making sure they didn't glaze. I did get a bank lap in at the end, which was actually 2 seconds quicker than I thought I'd go all weekend.
Wow, there you go.
Going well, but there's more time to find. And where we've got such a big grid with the Thunders and Boss, there's 4 or 5 cars all covered by about 5 tenths where I am, so it's going to be a good old race.
It's going to be hectic.
Yeah.
It's and you were just spraying this actually, weren't you? What were you doing with this?
This is a Jaguar Cure.
Jaguar Cure.
Yeah, any Jag older than 10 years old needs a lot of this.
Brilliant.
At the moment, basically, the issue is the bonnet is parachuting a lot. There's air getting in from under the car, which can't escape, and it's flapping the bonnet around, and it's about ready to break one of the pins. So I'm just going to.
So there's a danger that the bonnet could fly up. Is that?
I'd need to lose both pins at the front for that to happen. I did lose one at Snetterton, so it's. I mean, I wouldn't say dangerous, but it needs something doing. So I'm just going to crack off the rear pins and bring the rear of the bonnet up by about an inch so the air can escape through the scuttle.
Good idea.
Should cure it,
So
hopefully.
it sounds a bit of work, Mike. I better let you go, and please keep it safe. All right?
Of course, always.
Mike Seaborn there. Right, here we are with AJ Owen. Now, AJ, we first met Brands Hatch, I think. Oh no, it was Cadwell Park, wasn't it, earlier in the year? And you were a winner back then. What can you do today?
Same again would be nice. It'll be a bit difficult with the Thunder Saloons, but we won't get anywhere near them. But with the combined grid, we can certainly try and win the 03 part of it, and also try and have a good battle with the midfield of Classic Thunder and also the top guys in 393 that obviously we've seen over the year.
I was going to say, it's you've got a jam-packed grid there, but Silverstone's quite wide. That's not going to cause a problem, is it?
Yeah, I think it'll be good. I think it'll probably be 4, 5, maybe even 6 abreast down the back straight if you've got some of the quicker cars that maybe had a bad qualifying. So, no, it should be good. Have to have your wits about you, but no, it should be.
You're going to have cars in front of you. You're going to have cars behind you. Now, I've been seeing you doing a little bit of DIY on your tyres. Care to explain?
Yeah. So what happens with the slick is that when you run it in a session, it gets what they call pickup. Yeah. Which is like you see touring cars, they go offline after the race to pick up the old dregs of rubber to raise the ride height of the car so that they pass the ride height. And you pick it up naturally anyway. So what we have to do is scrape that off, because you don't want to go out on circuit with the pickup on, because then you have to sort of do even more work to get the tyres hot so the pickup comes off. So it's just a little scrape of them. These ones are not too bad, and just cleans them up so you haven't got to do so much work on the warm-up lap.
That's what I like to hear. Look, happy days. Best of luck for the race, AJ. We'll be watching. Should be fun, shouldn't it?
Yeah, we'll have a go.
We'll have a go. Right, it's time for the pre-93 03 and, of course, the Boston Thunder Saloons. It's a jam-packed grid. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to hand over to your commentator to take you through all of the action.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. Let's take you through what's effectively a grid for 4 races in one then. We've got the pre-93 touring cars, the simply serviced pre-2003 touring cars, the classic Thunder Saloons, sponsored by Edmondson Electrical, and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series for a variety of Fords. We should have, get this, 44 cars on the grid for this one. And on the front row of the grid, it's an all-Australian V8 front row. Andy Robinson's Ford Falcon has qualified on pole. Alongside him is Andy Wilson with the massive Holden Monaro. The second row, James Janicki with his Nissan Skyline and Gavin Dunn's BMW M3. Then on the third row, welcome return for Bradley Gelman in his Ford Sierra Cosworth, and the similar machine of Dan Brown starts alongside him. The fourth row, Sean Brown, Dan's brother, with his Mark 1 Escort RS2000, and the first of the Blue Oval Saloon cars. Those first 7, all Classic Thunder cars. First Blue Oval qualifier, Malcolm Harding with his Mark 2 Escort. The fifth row of the grid, we've got back with Classic Thunder here, Steve Dance with his Ford Capri Mark 1, Edward Lee with his BMW. The sixth row, got the first of the pre-03 cars. It is AJ Owen, the former champion, in his Honda Civic, alongside Paul Eaton in another Australian beast, a Holden VH Commodore. I believe that's an ex-Peter Brock car, one of the greatest Australian racing drivers of all. On the seventh row, Ian Craig with his BMW, Simon Light with his very modified Ford Capri. The eighth row, 34, David Griffin Several Australian cars out there. We've got an Australian driver as well, David Griffin. He's in a BMW, starting alongside Colin Voice with his Ford Escort Mark 1. David Griffin, incidentally, the fastest of the pre-93 qualifiers. The 9th row, Piers Grange, the reigning Blue Oval champion with his Escort, and Ricky Can at the wheel of the Aston Martin V8 Vantage in Classic Thunder. The 10th row, Martin Reynolds with an Escort Mark 1, and Philip Seaman, not in his usual Talbot Sunbeam Lotus this weekend. He's in a BMW. Next on the grid, row 11, Tony Paxman, Escort Mark 1, Mike Dugdale, BMW. Another BMW on row 12, Andy Cripps with the similar machine of Ian Bauer, hoping to bounce back after breaking down at Snetterton last time out. The 13th row, Mark Lloyd-Jones from the Pre-03s in his Honda, and Tom Abbott with the Ford Capri in the Blue Oval Series. A long way down in 27th, David Howard with the Jaguar XJ12. Saw him out in the Pre-83s earlier on. He's out in the Pre-93s as well, alongside Paul Hand with his Audi TT. The 15th row, Michael Sheraton with his BMW E30. Tom Smith with the Ford Fiesta ST running in the Blue Oval class. Then we've got the Pre-93 Volkswagen Vento, a rare car these days of Mark Shepherd, alongside Vic Hope in his Honda Civic Type R running in the Pre-03s. Another rare car these days, the Rover Tomcat of David Nixon on row 17, alongside Darren Owen in his Space Frame Mark II Escort, long-time short oval racer Darren. Then we've got a man we heard from earlier, Michael Seaborn, in the big Jaguar XJ40 on row 18, alongside James Dunkley with his Ford Fiesta XR2. The 19th row, Simon Beamont, the man behind Simply Service, the sponsors of the Pre-03s in his Escort, alongside Colin Claxton's Escort Mark 1. The 20th row, Anton Martin, he's out in the Ford Fiesta in this one. We saw him in his Escort earlier, alongside Steve Barber with his Honda Civic in Pre-03. The penultimate row of the grid, Jake Margulies with the BMW and Trevor Kiffin's Alfa Romeo 75. And the final row, Chris Walton BMW and John Fox in a Ford Mustang GT 350. And a gorgeous car that is as well. I hope it's out there. It's had some problems recently at another meeting at Donington, so good to see it here this weekend. That is one big grid, I'm sure you'll agree. A whole variety of cars as well. So quickest, the Classic Thunders, Andy Robinson and Andy Wilson on the front row. Quickest Blue Oval car, Malcolm Harding, starts 8th overall on the grid. Quickest Pre-03 is AJ Owen, looking for another title this year. He's won the title a couple of times already. And the Pre-93 is headed up by David Griffin in his Diet Coke liveried BMW M3. Again, great variety all the way down the order. We've got BMWs and Fords, the most popular cars on the grid for this one. Several of the Fords in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. A few Hondas out there, a couple of Jaguars, an Audi TT. And those two stunning Australian V8 supercars on the front of the grid. Andy Robinson's car, a genuine Aussie V8 supercar, liveried in the colours of the great Craig Lowndes, one of the all-time greats of Australian racing. Andy Robinson from the northeast of England. Alongside him is the Holden Monaro of Andy Wilson. We saw him racing at Donington recently with the Classic Sports Car Club Special Saloon Series in the DAF V8 that has been restored and raced for the first time in over 40 years. Anything with the V8 engine, Robinson and Wilson will both be up for racing. Second row, James Janicki with his Nissan Skyline as the cars head out to the grid. What a magnificent sight they make. There's Steve Dance, that gorgeous red and white Capri. There's AJ Owen at the wheel of the Honda. Paul Eaton, his daughter Abby, a well-known racing driver, one of Britain's leading female racing drivers. Paul out here in the ex-Peter Brock Holden. There's the Diet Coke BMW Dave Griffin. And there are the leaders. It'll be a rolling start, I believe, for this race. And look at that for a front row. Ford Falcon and the Holden Monaro. I reckon even the safety car driver a bit nervous with those two rumbling beasts behind him. It's not until you stand next to one of those Australian supercars you realise just how huge they are. Jim Janicki with the blue Skyline and Gavin Dunn with his BMW on the second row. And we've got Bradley Gelman with the black Sierra, Dan Brown and his brother Sean in their classic Fords. Malcolm Harding with the Zac Speed Escort, the quickest of the Blue Oval Saloon Series runners. Simon Light with his bewinged number 17 Capri. Piers Grange in the silver Escort, saw him out in the Mustang earlier on. Fords galore. There's Philip Seaman's BMW. Normally we see him in a Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, but his car currently out of action with a blown engine. David Howard's Jag, a long way down the grid by David standards. Watch for him coming through. There is Andy Robinson in the colours of Craig Lowndes. What a gorgeous car that is. Love the yellow headlamps as well. So they're gridding up 2 by 2 for the rolling start. There's Jim Janicki's Nissan Skyline. Prepare to be thunderstruck with the classic Thunder cars off the front of the grid. 4 championships in one here. Pace car still out there, so it looks like we are going to go for another lap. AJ Owen by far the quickest of the pre-03 cars. There's his Honda in red and black. Ricky Can's Aston Martin. The BMW's in there. Oh, somebody's gone off in the background there. That's David Nixon's Rover Tomcats. Put a wheel onto the curb there, hit a wet patch, and he's spun on the green flag lap. That's a little embarrassing for David. Leading the points in the pre-93 championship coming into this weekend, if memory serves me right as well. There's Simon Beeman, the Escort in pre-93. We'll have another look at that. Watch the background. David Nixon just threw it sideways. Oh dear. Lucky not to be hit there as well. Gearing up then, I think it'll be green next time by and we'll be underway and racing over 15 minutes. I'm really looking forward to this race. There's Paul Eaton's Holden Commodore. Martin Reynolds with the Mark 1 Escort. Saw him out in his Ford Anglia in the pre-66s. Paul Hand in the Audi TT. Those yellow headlights on that Ford Falcon look so menacing, doesn't it? Jim Janicki had a breakdown in the Nissan Skyline at Snetterton, unfortunately. Fast but fragile, that car. Taking on the Australian beast. Good to have Gavin Dunn out with us. An old-fashioned club racer he is. Races wherever his BMW is eligible. There's Edward Lee, number 170. He does likewise. Tony Paxman in behind Martin Reynolds there. 33 Andy Cripps, he had a good weekend at Snetterton in the pre-93 championship with his BMW. Looks like we may not have Ian Bauer out there with the red BMW as well. That's a shame. There's Daz Owen, number 8, with his Escort. Deadly Daz, as he's known from his days in Bangor Racing. There'll be no Bangor Racing here, though. Some very valuable cars out there. Okay, here they come then. Looks like we're going to go racing this time. Pace car is out of the way, so the 2 Australian beasts control them. Up towards the red lights. Get ready to feel the noise. Let's get ready to rumble with Classic Thunder, pre-03, pre-93 and Blue Oval Saloon Series. We're underway here at Silverstone, down towards Abbey for the first time. And it's Andy Wilson making a great start in the huge Holden Monaro. Away they go. Oh, problems for Paul Hand. He hasn't got away in the Audi TT. He's parked up at Club. Rest of the field all away well. The BMWs at the back there. Round the first corner they come. It's Wilson that leads from Robinson. Bradley Gelman up into third place. Somebody going off on the outside of Farm Corner there. Try and pick up who that was in a moment. I think it might have been Simon Light in the Ford Capri. They dive their way through the loop. There is Light. Yes, he's dropped back in the Capri, so it was him who ran wide. They charge their way through this hugely varied field. Andy Wilson leads from Robinson. Gelman's Sierra up there in third. It's Dan Brown's Sierra in fourth. Janicki in the Skyline is back to fifth. Leading the Blue Oval category is Malcolm Harding's Escort. There is Sean Brown, that beautiful Mark 1 Escort, number 35, ahead of Steve Dance in the equally gorgeous Ford Capri. Pre-93s led by David Griffin. The pre-03s by AJ Owen. You can see they're taking it fairly easy around the early laps here, just getting the cars dialed in, getting the tyres warmed up. Andy Wilson leads as they complete the first lap by 3 seconds ahead of Andy Robinson in the Ford. It's Holden against Ford, just like Australian touring car racing here at Silverstone. Sean Brown trying to make a move there down the inside as the sun comes out again here at Silverstone. Charge their way over the line. This mix of different engine notes, the rumble of the Holden and the Ford up front. Then the 2 Ford Sierras, third and fourth. Robinson runs a bit wide there. Malcolm Harding next in the order. He's got ahead of Janicki. This is a good start by Malcolm Harding in the Zach Speed Escort. He's up into 5th position now and leads the Blue Oval division. There's various subclasses. We've got 20 classes in total in this race, so I won't really have time to go through all of them. Unfortunately, look at Brad Gelman going in the Sierra Cosworth. He can scent 2nd place here. Robinson holds him off. There's Janicki back ahead of Harding. Then it's Gavin Dunn, Edward Lee, Sean Brown, Steve Dance, Paul Eaton. And there's David Griffin, the Australian driver, chasing the Australian car. He leads the pre-93 division. That car in the livery of the BMWs raced in the Australian Super Touring Championship in the 90s by the likes of Paul Morris and Jeff Brabham. Andy Wilson away and clear in the Holden. Here comes Dan Brown. He's up into 3rd place with his Sierra Cosworth, challenging the Australian Ford ahead of him. There's Janicki, Harding. The rest of them go streaming through. There's AJ Owen, maybe looking for a less dry line there down the straights. Chased by Piers Grange, the Blue Oval Championship leader in his Escort. Andy Wilson is in the clear out in front, the man from the north of England. Sean Brown battling away. Battle is on for 2nd as well. There's 4th place man Bradley Gelman with the Ford Sierra. There's 4 of them together. Robinson, Brown, Gelman, and here comes Jim Janicki. Look at the skyline down the inside here. Taking on the Ford Hordes, the Japanese machine. He's up into 4th place overall past Gelman, who lost out there down the Hanger Straights. The Blue Oval still led by Harding. Pre-93s by Griffin, pre-03s by AJ Owen. 41 cars took the start in this one. Paul Hand, the early casualty, unfortunately, in the Audi TT. Well, Wilson's cleared off in front. We'll see what the lead is as he comes through this time. It's 9 seconds over Andy Robinson now. Robinson, Brown, Janicki, and Gelman. Malcolm Harding under fire from Gavin Dunn. Gavin Dunn in Classic Thunder, so they may be similar looking cars, but they might be in different championships here. There's AJ Owen, the red Honda, leading the pre-03 division. Looking back to 2nd in pre-03, it's I think Mark Lloyd Jones, that red and white Honda we've got there. Steve Dance challenging Edward Lee there, but slightly quieter race so far in terms of overtaking. And here comes Jim Janicki, certainly not quiet in terms of overtaking, past Dan Brown, going for Andy Robinson. Doesn't manage to get through. So Brown tries to fight back. There's back markers up ahead. There's Andy Wilson, who's already lapped Trevor Kiffin's Alfa Romeo. Janicki is up into 2nd place now in the Skyline, the fast but fragile Japanese machine. Robinson next. There's Dan Brown's Sierra. They're struggling to put all that power down, aren't they? That's the reason it's a little bit subdued out there. Next pack towing up now. Malcolm Harding has got a phalanx of cars behind him. There's the number 30 of Gavin Dunn, Edward Lee, Steve Dance and Sean Brown rather. David Nixon, a bit of damage to the front of his car, the bonnet flapping loose, and there's the rare Volkswagen Vento, number 333. That's running in the pre-93 division. Mark Shepherd going past him there. Lead pack up at the top of the circuit now. Sean Brown still all over the back of Steve Dance in the Capri. Next through it is David Griffin, still leading the pre-93 division. He's 11th overall. Here's a busy little battle. Tom Abbott, David Howard, Michael Sheraton and Vic Hope in his Honda. Further back in the order, there's Shepherd ahead of Nixon. The red BMW there, that could well be Ian Bauer. I didn't think Ian Bauer had taken the start in this one. He may have started from the back. Yes, he's showing on the timing screen there on the right of the screen. Andy Wilson has lapped Simon Beamont in the Escort RS2000 Maxi, more famous as a rally car, that model. Janicki still 2nd, but 10.5 seconds down now. Also in that battle there is Deadly Daz Owen with his Escort, with James Dunkley, the XMG racer, in his Ford Fiesta XR2. Move being made there. Gavin Dunn had a look at Malcolm Harding. He doesn't need to pass Malcolm, because they're in different, not just different classes, they're in different championships. But you try telling a racing driver that. Andy Wilson out on his own in the Holden. Rumbles his way quite calmly down the Hanger straights. He's got the quickest lap of the race, 1 minute 12.795. Just under 8 minutes of this race to go. Wilson in the Valvoline Cummins liveried Holden. Of course, Holden sold as Vauxhalls in the UK, but don't call this a Vauxhall. Very potent Australian muscle car. Martin Reynolds makes a move on Paul Eaton at the loop. Martin, the construction company boss from Norfolk. David Griffin is taken there by Ian Craig in the number 96 BMW. Ian, a classic Thunder driver in the BMW CSL, the man from Peterborough. Steve Dance, that beautiful Mark 1 Capri. He's raced on the short ovals in hot rods. He's done the pickup truck racing championship as well, Steve Dance. The leader's lapping one of the BMW E30s there. Here comes Craig ahead of Griffin now. That's the battle just outside the top 10. Still Dan Brown in third place ahead of Andy Robinson. Then the battle for fifth position. Bradley Gelman being chased down by Edward Lee in his BMW there, and I see a few spots of rain on the camera lens. It can't... Well, it's typical Silverstone. It can never make up its mind what it's going to do, the weather here at Silverstone, usually from one lap to the next. Third place fight heads down into Stowe, coming up on Steve Barber's Honda Civic. Steve used to race a variety of cars, including everything from a Renault Clio to a Ford Anglia. James Janicki coming up to lap this battle. James Dunkley's Ford Fiesta XR2, beautifully prepared car, that one, ahead of him. Let's have a look at the gap as they come over the line. The rain is coming down again as Janicki laps Daz Owen in that Escort that's been a short oval hot rod. It's also done rallycross in Daz's hands, that car, before moving to the circuits. Let's have a look at the lead gap. It's 9 seconds between Wilson and Janicki now. Brown third, Robinson fourth, Gelman fifth. There's Janicki on his own in second now. He's nearly 9 seconds in turn, clear of Dan Brown's Sierra Cosworth. There's number 90 of Ian Bauer. Not in his regular car this weekend. His blue BMW broke down at Snetterton last time out. There's Janicki in the Skyline. David Nixon still battling on with that bit of damage to the front of his Rover, the man who spun on the green flag lap. But still only, by my reckoning, one retirement for this race. That's Paul Hand in the Audi TT, who didn't get away off the rolling start and is parked at the club. So everybody else still running. 40 cars in this race. We've got 5 minutes of it to go, so we're up to 2/3 distance, and Andy Wilson has led all the way in the big Holden. Janicki in the Nissan up there in second. The Jimbo Performance car, a bit of a slide there as they come towards club. It is pouring down. Yeah, quickest lap of the race, 1 minute 12.7. The leader's last lap, 1 minute 18.3. Let's hope we don't see any spinners here. They'll just take it very steady. We're struggling to see where they're going in this rain as well. Looks like Andy Robinson's got back up into third place. We'll pick that up in a moment, the Ford Falcon. Here's Paul Eaton. I remember Paul racing in the days of the Eurocar Championship, the space frame Ford Mondeos many years ago. Getting past Tony Paxman, another ex-short oval man with his Escort. He's gone off wide there, out of shape. Nearly lost it there, Tony Paxman, with the Mark 1 Escort. And Andy Cripps in his BMW is going to come through as well. Behind them, Mark Lloyd-Jones in his Honda Civic. He's second, I think, of the Pre-03 division. Classic Thunder still being led by the overall leaders. Blue Oval by Malcolm Harding. Pre-93 by David Griffin. And AJ Owen does still lead the Pre-03 race further back. Mark Lloyd-Jones second in that split. And Vic Hope in the number 5 Honda third. There's Wilson. He's lapping Trevor Kiffin. I think Trevor now 2 laps down in the Alpha 75. 3.5 minutes to go. See, now the sun comes out again. Every lap it's different. It's been like that every time I visited Silverstone over the years. Tony Paxman's still all over the place in the blue Escort there. Andy Wilson slices past one of the backmarking BMWs there. That's the car of Chris Walton. He's running in the pre-03 division. I've lost Simon Light in his bewinged Capri. He's pulled into the pits. Next car to be lapped will be Philip Seaman in his BMW. There's David Howard, struggling in this one in his Jag, sadly. Where's he got up to from further down the grid? He's only 25th in the Jaguar. There's the other Jaguar, Michael Seaborn, the Castrol liveried car being lapped by Janicki. Now, Janicki's last lap was a 1:23, Robinson a 1:21, so I think Andy Robinson getting his second wind in this race with the big Falcon. There's Dan Brown coming up to lap Shepherd in the Vento, and the number 16, which is one of the blue oval cars, Tom Smith. Oh, Tony Paxman's had a spin. Escort been sliding all over the place. He's clearly not got the setup right for wet conditions. Gets it going again though, just ahead of Michael Sheraton. Michael and Andy Sheraton sharing that Laser Tools liveried BMW this weekend. We normally see Michael in a Ford Anglia in the pre-66s. There's a replay of Tony Paxman's moment. Oh, Martin Reynolds went off in front of him. Away, round goes not only the Escort, but Mark Lloyd-Jones. Now, he was second in the pre-03s, off onto the grass there. Meantime, there's Andy Wilson. Got back markers ahead, Martin Reynolds and Andy Cripps. There's Paul Eaton in that beautiful Holden Commodore. Sold as the Vauxhall Senator in the UK. Holden Commodore, similarly impressive sounding name. He's got Mike Dugdale's BMW in behind him there. They're currently fighting for 17th place. The leader will soon be up to lap them. Andy Wilson just taking it as steady as he dares in the big Holden. Lap speeds are going back up again. Let's have a look what Andy's lap is this time through. He'll start his last lap this time. There's just over a minute left on the clock. 1 minute 17 that time through, so the lap speed improving again. See what the gap is next for Jim Janicki in the Skyline, waiting for him to come through. Now, has Andy Robinson closed him down? The gap was 1.5 seconds. Well, the lead gap is now 22.7 seconds, but Robinson is right with Janicki now, I can tell you, for second place, looking at the timing. There's James Dunkley in that lovely Ford Fiesta XR2. Sean Brown lapping David Nixon and Daz Owen. Daz Owen his first weekend with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. But it'll be checkered flag this time. It's going to be a victory for Andy Wilson. He'll win overall and in Classic Thunder. We'll try and run you through all the class winners as well, if we have time. There's David Griffin. He's heading for victory in the pre-93 split. He's 12th overall. It's busy further back. Janicki's under fire here from Andy Robinson. They're in among the back markers. The Skyline holding on. It's like the early 90s in Australia. This is the Nissan battling with the Fords, and they're boxed in by David Howard's Jaguar there. The Skyline just hangs on. The checkered flag, meanwhile, has gone out. Andy Wilson has taken the win. So Wilson has won it, I can tell you, in the big Holden. But who is going to be second? We concentrate on the battle for second place. They're well behind Andy Wilson. Bit of a lock up there from the Skyline, nearly over the curb. Is Jim Janicki going to be able to hold off Andy Robinson in that rumbling Ford Falcon? They come up towards the line. It looks like the Japanese machine is going to just beat the Ford home. He does so by 0.3 of a second. That was close. Bradley Gelman takes fourth in the Battle of the Sierras ahead of Dan Brown as well. They were nose to tail. We wait to confirm who's going to take sixth position. And the other category winners coming home as well. Sixth is going to go, I think, to Sean Brown with his Ford Escort Mark 1. He takes sixth. Edward Lee is seventh. Steve Dance is eighth. Gavin Dunn and Malcolm Harding dropping back in the closing stage there. Harding does win the Blue Oval Saloon Series split, though, in 10th overall. David Griffin is across the line in the BMW. He takes pre-93, and AJ Owen, one place behind him, wins the pre-03 division. So we've got our individual winners. Here's the class winners. In Classic Thunder, Class A to Andy Wilson, Class B to Edward Lee in his BMW, Class C to Bradley Gelman. In Blue Oval, Class S for space frame cars, that goes to Malcolm Harding. Pre-93 overall in Class B to David Griffin. Pre-03 Class B to AJ Owen. We'll We'll confirm the rest of the class winners then. Historic 1 in Classic Thunder goes to Ricky Can in the Aston Martin. Blue Oval Class B, Piers Grange, that'll help his championship challenge. Class H3 in Classic Thunder goes to Colin Voice. 03 Class C to Mark Lloyd Jones in his Honda. Blue Oval Class C to Tom Abbott's Capri, we can see him going into the pits there. Pre-93 Class A to David Howard. Pre-93 Class D to Michael Sheraton's BMW. 393 Class C to Mark Shepherd in his VW Vento. Blue Oval Class D, Tom Smith in the Fiesta ST, and Blue Oval Class F, James Dunkley in his Ford Fiesta XR2. Now you see why I didn't refer to them during the race, there's so many of them. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in the paddock area to have a talk to some of the drivers.
Well, what a race that was. Here I am with your race winner, Andrew Wilson. Let's let him get his helmet off. He's made a very special effort to come and park right here for us, rather than coming into Park Family. There's obviously been a change of rules which we didn't know about. Now, we'll grab a quick word of Andrew. He's always up for a chat. He's always a happy man. And he's going to be a very happy man in a minute, isn't he? As soon as he gets his hands device on. Look at this car, by the way. What an absolute monster it is. Here he comes. Oh, there we go. Oh. Here he comes now. Andrew, dare I say, looks relatively comfortable.
Yeah, well, I just couldn't see it only after the first lap. I looked in my mirror, I thought, where's everyone gone?
What happened to Andy? He sort of, yeah.
I don't know. Never saw anybody.
I know, I think it was James who came second. I think Andy might have come home in third, but it was an entertaining race, wasn't it? What was this monster like to take round here at Silverstone?
Fine. No, honestly, really, really quite easy.
There you go. I mean, what more can you say?
I can't believe that, though. You're just so far in front.
Yeah, you were. I mean, it was about 22 seconds.
Honestly.
In the end there. Any reason? You're just on it? The car's on it? Everybody else just perhaps a little bit slow?
No, it's fairly easy to drive in the wet.
Yeah.
You know, it's plenty of torque. I just use 5th and 6th gear. Yeah. And, you know, I'm not stretching the tyres or anything, and it just felt good. Really pleased with that.
Well done. We've got a few other cars coming. Congratulations.
Really pleased with that.
You've got to do it all again tomorrow, don't mate?
Yeah, great, right. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. I'll see you a little bit later. Look, a couple of other cars coming in actually whilst we're up here. Look, there's this man here, David Griffin. Let me see if I can get David in as well. Here he comes. I'll let him. G'day, David. How you doing, mate?
Good to see you.
Right, I think you're the pre-93 winner there. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What was it like out there?
Yeah, really tricky, really tricky. We put a different setup on the car for the race, just enough because we thought the rain might come. But it was kind of tricky at the start because it wasn't raining, and then it got more tricky when it was raining. And by that stage, I couldn't really tell whether I was in front of the right people or not. So
I think you were. I don't take that as gospel, but I'm pretty confident you were in the end.
Good stuff.
It feels toasty warm in there, actually.
Yeah,
maybe I could get a lift back. David, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow as well, won't we?
Now we will. Yeah, thank you.
Top man. Cheers, David. David Griffin there. By my reckoning, the winner of the pre-93 03s as well. But we will have that double checked, and in fact, we'll go to a results screen now to find out.
Well, here's your result confirmed then. Andy Wilson taking the win ahead of Jim Janicki by 27 seconds. And Andy Robinson third ahead of Bradley Gelman, who won his class in fourth place in the Battle of the Sierras with Dan Brown. Sean Brown in sixth ahead of Edward Lee. He took the class win in his BMW ahead of Steve Dance. Gavin Dunn dropping back a couple of places in the closing stages. The Blue Oval Saloon Series won by Malcolm Harding in the Escort Mark II Zap Speed. Then Ian Craig ahead of pre-93 winner David Griffin. AJ Owen took the pre-03 touring cars in his Honda. Then Ricky Can, Piers Grange and Colin Voice next home. Okay, now we're going to take a bit of a break. We've got some qualifying coming up next, so we'll take a break until our next race, which is coming up at around just after 5 p.m, the BRSCC National Formula Ford 1600 Championship in association with Avon Tyre. So we'll see you in about an hour and a half's time with our final two races of the day here at Silverstone. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Silverstone. The sun coming through the clouds once again as we get ready for the final couple of races of the day here at this event presented by the BARC, the British Automobile Racing Club. Dave Goddard here on commentary for you. 2 races coming up. Next up will be the BRSCC National Formula Ford Championship, and Ian Waterhouse is down in the paddock.
The garages to catch up. It's almost time for the second Formula Ford race. I'm down here with Dave McCarthy. Dave, tell us about your race.
Good fun, tricky conditions, but I quite enjoy that because it mixes things up a bit. I'm here for a laugh, and that's what we had, so no complaints.
That's what I like to hear, mixing it right in the midfield there.
Yeah.
Did it get quite tight at times?
We had a couple of instances banging wheels, but no harm done, so...
I was going to say, if you get it wrong, you could go up, couldn't you, in one of these?
Yeah, there's a way to do it though, so we've been around the block a few times, we know what we're doing.
Race 2's coming up. What's the expectation?
Should be dry, so we'll try and get in the tow and see what we can do, hopefully move forward again.
That's what I like to hear. Top man, Dave, thanks for chatting to us. Best of luck as well.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'm down here with Rory Smith. Now, Rory, you had an entertaining first race, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a bit quiet, to be honest with me. I was sort of just driving around. I didn't really have the pace of Neil and Ross.
Yeah.
So I was just trying to sort of keep out of trouble, keep it.
You had a first-hand view of those two going at it, though,
yeah.
And you never know if you stick in there.
That's it. That was what I was thinking. I saw Neil coming, and I didn't really want to make it too difficult for him because I could see he was quicker than me, and I thought I could latch onto the back of him and maybe catch up to Ross and then win the fight for the lead. Unfortunately, that didn't really happen, but I was sitting there with my dustpan and brush waiting for something to happen, but it never did. Unfortunately, they're both clever enough to not crash into each other in that situation. So,
well, what's the plan for race 2 then? More of the same? You're going to hang around with the dustpan and brush and mop up any loose change?
We'll see. It depends on the weather. So if it's dry, then I think it'll be a real sort of battle on our hands. If it's wet, then I think we'll make a couple set-up tweaks and hopefully have a bit more pace. And it might be a slightly different story, but I definitely won't be aiming to go out there with the same sort of mindset. I'll be going for it a lot more, but
that's what I like to hear.
We'll see what happens.
Top man, enjoy it, Rory. Thanks for talking to us. Cheers, thank you. Right, here we are with Lorna Vickers. Now, Lorna, tell us about your race 1.
Yeah, well, I wasn't that pleased with the qualifying times that I did, but I've not raced for 2.5 years now, so just knew that I was going to make some progress up off the start.
Welcome back.
And then, yeah, thank you. And then I had a good start and then sort of bottled it in turn 1 and thought it's not worth winning the race. No. So just, went round, and there was a spinner and I got round Stuart Kettenbaum, and it just all played out well for me really. And then later on got my confidence up, was getting comfortable in the car, and then just made a couple of moves and got round people. So it went well.
More of the same in race 2. Confidence is there now. Hopefully it's going to be dry as well.
Yeah, we did a lot of changes on the car from quali into race 1.
Right.
So because I was suffering with a lot of understeer this morning.
Yeah.
So changed that, and then obviously it rained, and you're like, oh, that's all changed. But no, it's good. Yeah, it's good to be back. So.
Well, it's great to have you back.
Have a lot, and I'll just stay out of the way.
Just now.
That's what, I'll just.
Well, fair enough. Well, enjoy race 2, won't you?
Yeah,
We'll be watching.
thank you.
Thanks for talking.
Cheers,
thank you. Right, that's it. It's time now for the Formula Ford second race of the day. I'm going to hand over to your commentator to take you through all of the action.
Thanks very much, Ian. Getting ready for our second Avon Tyres Formula Ford 1600 National and Northern Championship race of the day. The grid for this race is based on the results of the opening race earlier on. There was one amendment to the result we gave you for watching earlier. Jamie Sharp was docked 1 place in the result for that contact with Joey Foster. So it's an all-Scottish front row. Neil McLennan, race 1 winner on pole alongside Ross Martin. The second row, Rory Smith, who we just heard from, and Matthew Cowley. Third row, Joey Foster alongside Jamie Sharp. Great recovery drive by Joey. Oliver White and Jonathan Brown, a colourful fourth row. The fifth row, Bryce Aaron and Reese Lysett. Watch for Bryce, the American. Grant Palmer alongside Sam Harrison on row 6. The seventh row, David MacArthur starts alongside Cameron Jackson, the Clubman class winner from race 1, just ahead of Pascal Monbaron. He starts alongside Alex Walker. The ninth row, Jackson Lee from the USA alongside Thomas Ward. On row 10, John Svensson, the Belgian, starts alongside George McDonald, our Super Classic class winner from the first race. On row 11, we've got Peter Daly alongside Jason Cheetham. He also won his class in the opening race. Lorna Vickers starts alongside Stuart Kestenbaum. Then we've got Paul Tucker and Neil MacArthur. And then the drivers who hit problems in the first race. Morgan Quinn alongside Horatio Fitzsimon. And watch for Luke Cooper from the back of the grid if his car has been repaired. Saw him tangle with Morgan Quinn at Club Corner in race 1, ended up in the gravel with broken suspension. So keep an eye on Luke. He's won a few titles in Formula Ford 1600 over the years. So watch for him from the back. This will be I believe a 15-minute race, just awaiting confirmation of that starting shortly. So waiting for confirmation on the points. Neil McLennan, as we say, defeated just once this year, so he's the championship favourite in the National Formula Ford 1600 Championship presented by the BRSCC, the British Racing and Sports Car Club, whose chairman, Peter Daly, is on this grid. And the championship also supported by Avon Tyres. Thanks to them for their support. Just awaiting the cars to come out on track, then we should see a grid of 29 cars for this one. It was a cracking race earlier on. Now, according to the timing screen, this will be a 13-minute race, not 15 minutes, possibly daylight being taken into consideration here at Silverstone. We've got another race to come after this, of course, the second leg of the Monoposto Racing Club's Tiedman Trophy. So it looks like it'll be a 13-minute race. That might knock a lap or two off the end. It's considerations of daylight. Of course, this being an autumn day. I must say a big thank you to all the volunteer marshals here at Silverstone. We could not go racing without the Orange Army, of course. Take a look online for the British Motorsport Marshals Club if you have ever fancied having a go at marshalling. Also thanks to our recovery drivers, the medical staff and everybody else. We can just see on the live stream pictures there the Tyrannus from our previous race being towed in there, Johnny McGregor's car, so that must be why the previous race was stopped early. So the Tyrannus being towed in, we'll hopefully see that repaired soon. We get ready for the penultimate race of the day, the BRSCC Formula Ford National Championship on the Silverstone International Circuit in the shadow of the wing. So Neil McLennan, a great drive through from 7th on the grid in the first race. A great battle with his fellow Scotsman Ross Martin for the victory. It was Neil McLennan who just prevailed at the flag, only by less than half a second. Rory Smith third ahead of Matthew Cowley, and Jamie Sharp penalised one place for contact with Joey Foster. Hopefully we'll see all 29 cars back out there for this one. They're making their way out very shortly indeed. The second Formula Ford race of the day should be another classic slipstreamer. Conditions are slightly better than earlier on, but they'll probably change again within a lap. This is the Silverstone, the famous Silverstone weather system after all. So out they come then towards the grid. Just getting their tyres warmed up on these 1600cc Ford engine machines. Many of these drivers, as we said earlier, warming up for the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch in 2 weeks' time. And many will be back at Silverstone for the Walter Hayes Trophy as well. I believe that's held over on the national circuit, the other circuit layout here at Silverstone. Foster and Sharp are both there. Morgan Quinn is there. And the blue car is Luke. Yes, Luke Cooper is there. I've just caught a glimpse of him there on the monitor at the back. So keep an eye on him charging through the field. Alex Walker, the man who stalled on the grid in race 1, got away at the back. There's the classic machines. Jason Cheetham, Stuart Kestenbaum. And there is our pole man, number 25, Neil McLennan. Is he about to head to the National Championship? That'll make him favourite for the festival, trying to take Jonathan Brown's crown away. He starts 8th for this one. There's Paul Tucker, number 222. Morgan Quinn, Horacio Fitzsimon. Finished too far behind to be classified after a long pit stop in race 1. Jonathan Brown, the Formula Ford Festival winner last year. Marshall's on the grid then. Ross Martin flinging his car from side to side to try and warm the tyres up. Marshall's quite brave standing in front of the pack there, bringing them into line. Rory Smith third on the grid in the number 45, the BM racing car, the Medina. Oh, what's happened there? I thought we'd had a collision there. The number 16 car of Neil MacArthur doing a practice start at the back. Nearly clipped there by Morgan Quinn. Okay, so cars in position, a fine sight they make. Notice the impressive new development overlooking the grid on the right of the live stream pictures there. That wasn't there when I last attended Silverstone. They built that rapidly. The blue and white spectrum of Neil McLennan on pole. The Van Diemen of Ross Martin alongside. Second row, Rory Smith in the Medina. Another Van Diemen for Matthew Cowley completing the second row. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid then. We are ready to rumble. 13 minutes of action for the Formula Fords gets underway here at Silverstone. Down towards Abbey Corner for the first time. They are all away cleanly. And it is the number 25 of Neil McLennan who's made the best start. Leads Ross Martin into the first corner. Matthew Cowley was having a look up the inside as they went through Abbey. And there's a bit of a collision at the back there. One or two cars coming together. Try and identify them in a moment. Paul Tucker facing the wrong way. He's not having much luck today, but he's kept it going. There are a couple more cars involved there. One or two more running wide through farm and village. The leaders coming up towards the loop. It is Neil McLennan diving for the inside. Rory Smith trying to take second place away from Ross Martin. Slide their way through the loop. It's much drier up there than it was in the earlier race. So it's the 16, Neil MacArthur, that's clipped Paul Tucker's car there. MacArthur is out with broken suspension. It's Neil McLennan that leads. Martin second, side by side for third place between Rory Smith and I think it was Joey Foster, as Cameron Jackson tries to make a move on the number 17 of Rhys Lycett, the ex-F1000 racer. Frantic action as they come in towards club for the first time. McLennan, Martin sideways almost there. It looks as though Oliver White has come through. Yes, he's up into third place. He's had a good first lap and a collision. Round goes the 45. That's Rory Smith. He collided there, possibly with Joey Foster. We'll try and get another look at that. Foster's lost places. Matthew Cowley's dropping back as well in the 177. So a rather fraught first lap. There's yellow flags out at Abbey because of the stranded car of Neil MacArthur. So no passing at Abbey Corner. I can see the yellow flags waving there. Let's have a look again what happened at Club. It was Joey Foster and Rory Smith who clipped each other, and Cowley had to slow up. That's why he's lost places. But I think everybody's been able to keep going despite that bit of contact. There's a spinner at Farm Corner. That's Rhys Lycett in the middle of the track sideways. Well, this is a pretty fraught race so far. Rhys Lycett's had a spin. It's McLennan who leads from Martin. White in third place. Then it's John Brown in fourth. And in fifth position, it's Bryce Aaron ahead of Joey Foster. Then the number 30 car, which is Grant Palmer, one of our rookies. Matthew Cowley is next in the order. And then we've got the number 217. That's Sam Harrison in the Ray 07. The Solely Motorsport run car. Still slippery out there. Another spin there. Who's that that's gone this time? I think it's a Low Dempsey racing car. Matthew Cowley had to dodge there. We'll try and work out who that was. It was one of the Low Dempsey cars that's had a spin. It's Grant Palmer, I think. Yes, the number 30 car that's stuck there. That's a shame. He was having a good run. So the order is McLennan, Martin, Oliver White in third, Jonathan Brown is fourth, Bryce Aaron fifth, Joey Foster sixth, Sam Harrison's up into seventh place. Then it's Jack Walker in the Alex Walker, sorry, and the number 41 is up to eighth. Matthew Cowley down to ninth, and number 22 Jackson Lee, the American, rounding out the top 10. It's all changed once again on this lap. We've got just under 10 minutes of the race to go. I think the rain is coming down again. I said it wouldn't stay dry for more than a lap. Grant Palmer's car getting a push from the marshals up at Club. He's out of the race. And here come the leaders down towards Stowe Corner. McLennan from Martin renewing their battle from race number 1. Oliver White, number 94, the man from Somerset, in 3rd place. Race all over the country in Formula Ford 1600 over the years. The first 3 have broken away. We've got the 2 Low Dempsey cars of Jonathan Brown and Bryce Aaron next in the order. Ross Martin, they're flinging these cars around sideways through the Club chicane. There were yellow flags out there so they couldn't overtake. That shows you how slippery it is. Had to reduce pace through there. Grant Palmer's car has been pushed away by the marshals. The first 3 separated by less than a second. 3 seconds back to Jonathan Brown in 4th ahead of Bryce Aaron. 6th is Joey Foster, the man from Cornwall. Sam Harrison 7th. 8th, it's Alex Walker. You can see the leaderboard in each class on the live stream pictures as well. McLennan leads the Pro Division. Clubman class being led by John Svensson from Belgium. He's got ahead of Cameron Jackson. George McDonald leads Super Classic A. Super Classic B is Peter Daly. And Class D by Stuart Kestenbaum. No, by Jason Cheetham, sorry, is leading that category. So we've lost, I think, 4 cars so far from this race. As the leaders head down the Hanger Straight once again, it's McLennan, Martin, Oliver White. John O'Brown, the Formula Ford Festival champion, there in 4th place, chased by Bryce Aaron. But if it stays like this, Neil McLennan will win the championship with just 1 defeat this year to Chris Middlehurst. That was at Brands Hatch, if I remember rightly, in the in the 4th round of the year. Just taking my eyes off this race for a second to check the points chart. As Ross Martin sideways again there through the Club complex. Oliver White up behind him. The rest of the field file their way through behind. Brown ahead of Aaron and Foster. Still the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Foster could make a move here on the run down towards Abbey. He goes to the inside. Joey Foster, Formula Ford veteran, up into 5th position. He's won the Walter Hayes Trophy on a few occasions in the past. That's taking place later this year as well, behind closed doors, sadly, here at Silverstone. Slip and slide their way through the farm and village complex. One car running wide at the back, Alex Walker, I think that is, may have lost a place. Pick that up in a moment. It might be David MacArthur that's come through. We'll check that in a second. No, it was the 217. Apologies, that was Sam Harrison. Oliver White could go for 2nd here with 7 minutes of the race to go. They head down towards Stowe Corner. White is there on the inside. No. Ross Martin keeps it as a Scottish 1-2 again. Oliver White struggling with a bit of understeer in the 94 car through Stowe Corner there, just pushing on as hard as he dares. Try and keep up with the 2 Scotsmen ahead of him. 4th place is still Jonathan Brown. McLennan is heading for the championship. If it stays like this, he's got to keep a cool head out in front. Keep Ross Martin behind him. Ross not a factor for the championship. The nearest pursuer in the points is Rory Smith, and he of course had a spin early on. He's down in 13th place. So they crossed the line last time through. Jonathan Brown is 3rd in the points. He could move up to 2nd with a good result here. Ross Martin is 5th in the points, just ahead of Bryce Aaron. 3 leaders through the farm and village complex. Jonathan Brown still there in 4th ahead of Bryce Aaron. Foster and Harrison next in the order, leaning on each other. Walker behind them. A spin there, that's Luke Cooper. Luke Cooper's had a spin further back. We're just seeing a replay on the live stream there. He's tangled with one of the Kevin Mills racing cars. I think that was Horatio Fitzsimon. He's not having a good day. Finished too far behind to be classified after a pit stop in race 1 and now a spin in race 2. Spinning all over the place far more than in race 1 here as Joey Foster chases on through Stowe Corner, just staying ahead of Sam Harrison. He's having a good race. Still the leaders going through, and have we had a change for the lead while that was going on? Yes, we have. Ross Martin has taken the lead from Neil McLennan. Running wide, Oliver White over the rumble strips on the outside of Club Corner, so it's Martin that's got the lead. This time through with just over 5 minutes of the race to go. Neil McLennan will try to fight back. He'll want to secure the title with a victory. Brown is in 4th place, Aaron 5th. Now the leaders will come upon some back markers soon. They're coming up through the complex now. Ross Martin with the lead of the race, looking for his first win of the season, the former champion. Outgoing champion this year. Brown, Aaron, the two Low Dempsey cars ahead of Joey Foster. Foster in the Don Hardman run car. Behind him, Sam Harrison. Ross Martin moves across. He's jinking around on the hanger straight to keep Neil McLennan behind him. McLennan goes to the outside into Stowe Corner. He won't get round there, I don't think. The Kevin Mills Racing Spectrum doesn't quite manage it. Ross Martin's run wide on the exit as they go into Vale. This could be McLennan's opportunity as they head down towards Club. He goes to the inside on the run, into the left-hander, on the brakes. Yes, he's got him. Neil McLennan retakes the lead from Ross Martin. Now, can Martin get up the inside as they come round the final corner? I don't think he will. Meantime, the fourth place battle continues. The leaders go over the line. McLennan back in front. Half a second covers the first three. Then it's Brown, Aaron, Foster, Harrison and Alex Walker in behind them. A move being made there. Bryce Aaron attacking his teammate Jonathan Brown, the Team USA scholarship driver, wants that fourth place. A battle just behind. That's Rory Smith making the move back up the order on the back of Jamie Sharp. Behind them is David MacArthur. Then we've got Jackson Lee. 3.5 minutes of the race to go now. Oliver White's got through into second place as they came through the complex there. Ross Martin goes down to third. Down the hanger straight they come. It is still Neil McLennan. Ross Martin trying to take second place back. He wants at least a Scottish 1-2, but McLennan trying to put clear air between himself and the second place fight now. Martin back up the inside into Stowe Corner. Back into second place. Up to the Vale. They're coming up on a back marker here. I think that's Paul Tucker in the treble 2. He spun on the first corner. And now, yes, they've met the back marker at the worst possible place there, and that's worked into McLennan's hands because he's been able to get away slightly from Ross Martin in second place. Further back, Cameron Jackson has taken the lead of the Clubman category. Still George McDonald on top in Super Classic A. Classic B led by Peter Daly. Classic D by Jason Cheetham. And the midfield scrap still rages on. It's now Brown ahead of Foster. Bryce Aaron's dropped back a couple of spots there. He's behind Harrison as well. Walker in 8th place. Rory Smith back up to 9th. The only man who could have really challenged Neil McLennan for the championship, and he was taken out in a tangle early on. Brown coming up to lap Paul Tucker in the treble 2. Sam Harrison dives past Bryce Aaron. Alex Walker in the black number 41 wants a piece of this as well. 2 wheels onto the grass there for Bryce Aaron. He survived that. 2 minutes to go now for Neil McLennan. He is heading for the championship, but Ross Martin wants a race win. The man from Glasgow closing up on the man from Inverness. Third place, Oliver White. He's dropped away a little bit now. It's between the two Scots, just as we saw in race 1. They were separated by 0.44 of a second at the line in race 1. It could be even closer this time. Martin is throwing that car around. Superb to watch. He's not helping his times though, and McLennan actually pulls away a little bit as they go over the line this time. They may well get 2 more laps out of this. It'll be checkered flag either this time or next time around. Side by side further back, Foster and Brown together. Looks like Joey Foster's taken 4th place. Bryce Aaron back up into 6th. It's Sam Harrison who's dropped back this time into 8th place. We've got somebody off on the outside of Farm Corner that's pulled up there. Who is that? I'm trying to work out who that is. I'm trying to identify that in a moment. It could be our Clubman class leader, actually. We'll check that out in a moment. Anyway, leaders heading down towards Stowe Corner. Side by side further back, Foster and Brown racing together. A few retirements in this race. Alex Walker's got past Sam Harrison now. We've lost the 16, of course, of Neil MacArthur. Reese Lycett spun out, and Grant Palmer we lost as well. 2 cars in the pits, Matthew Cowley and Luke Cooper, after incidents they were involved in. Still between these two. They will get a further lap out of this. 23 seconds in it as they left on the clock as they came across the line, and Ross Martin is not finished yet. We're on the last lap now. Neil McLennan weaving to keep his lead as they go down into Abbey Corner. Oliver White in a safe 3rd place. The battling trio of Brown, Foster and Aaron nose to tail. Then Sam Harrison's back ahead of Alex Walker. Jamie Sharp is 9th. Rory Smith in 10th. Through come the leaders. Coming up to lap, Stuart Kestenbaum, the Formula Ford veteran, in the number 13 car. I think second only to Rick Morris in terms of Formula Ford races competed in UK history. The Londoner will move aside, let the leaders through here. I think the car we lost, unfortunately, up at Farm might well be John Svensson, unfortunately, the Belgian. Ross Martin going for the outside here as they go into Stowe. He won't get through there. But the championship is heading to Scotland in the hands of Neil McLennan. He's just got to get through Club Corner. Martin will try his hardest to snatch the win off him. He's jinking around all over the place into the slippery club complex. They both slide. I don't think Ross Martin's going to do it. It's going to be a win for the number 25, Kevin Mills Racing Spectrum. It's too late for Ross Martin. Neil McLennan wins the race and with it the championship. Congratulations to Scotland's Neil McLennan. Second for Ross Martin, 0.2 of a second behind. Third goes to Oliver White, and John O'Brown tops the battle for fourth place ahead of Bryce Aaron, Joey Foster, Sam Harrison and Alex Walker as quickly as that. Jamie Sharp 9th, Rory Smith back in 10th, and the rest of them come home across the line. But congratulations to Neil McLennan, BRSCC Avon Tyres Formula Ford 1600 national champion for 2020. That'll make him the favourite for the Formula Ford Festival. Cameron Jackson wins the club class. The Super Classic A division is going to be won by George McDonald in car 67. He crosses the line. Class B will be won by Peter Daly. Class D by Jason Cheetham. But the celebrations are reserved for Neil McLennan from Inverness in Scotland. His long trips to race around the UK rewarded with the championship. Well done to the man in the Kevin Mills Racing Spectrum chassis. Kevin Mills, a long-time, very successful Formula Ford racer himself. He makes his way into the pit lane. We'll confirm the full results in just a moment. Bad luck to John Svensson, a late retirement there while a contender for Clubman class victory. Well, we'll confirm that result in just a moment then, but the champagne will be uncorked shortly for Neil McLennan. Scotland the Brave, I'm sure, will be played in the pit lane. A Scottish 1-2 with Ross Martin. Again, just missing out on victory by 0.2 of a second. OK, we'll hand down to Ian Waterhouse first of all, down in the pit lane, hopefully to talk to our new champion.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Parc Ferme, and it's a case of deja vu, isn't it, a little bit? We're going to have a few handshakes knocking around here, but let's go grab Ross. A little bit of deja vu there, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I guess so. Jesus, that was tough conditions. Yeah, mega racing again out front. Car was mega. Great job by Team Dolan, especially Bernard and Damien working on the car over the 2 hours period there between the two races, but yeah. Close but not quite enough, unfortunately.
You certainly pushed Neil the whole way though, didn't you?
Yeah,
I mean, what was it, 0.2 of a second or something like that over the line, I think.
0.2 behind, that's the problem, isn't it? But no, we were there or thereabouts, so good end to the end of the season, so
yeah.
happy with that.
Well, look, congratulations anyway. Thanks for talking to us, take care. And of course we have to chat to the man again, don't we, just getting weighed. Neil, you had to fight for that one, didn't you?
Yeah. No, delighted overall the weekend. Yeah, no, it was a good race for Ross and of course Ollie. Overall, it's been a superb weekend. Also to come away with the title as well. So
exactly. Great way to end the season, hey?
Yeah, couldn't have been a better way. But no, I always can't thank everyone enough who's helped me, especially my dad and my mum and everyone else in the family involved, and of course Kevin. You know, it wasn't for them. Certainly wouldn't have got here. So no, it's definitely been a good season.
But congratulations, Neil. Well done. Go on, go celebrate. Have a good time. Let's grab Ollie very quickly as well. Ollie, how are we doing? All right, that was entertaining, wasn't it? Tell us about your race.
Yeah, it was a really good race. We did some setup changes on the car and it brought it live, which is good. I was really quick and slippery early on.
Yeah.
And as it dried, I think relative to Ross and Neil, I struggled more.
Yeah.
But also back marker, so I lost touch with them because of that. But it was a good race.
Like I say, positive way to end the season, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to have the car going well ahead of the festival.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Ollie. Thank you very much. Right, that is that. Let's just bring the results up, Sean, if we get a chance to do that and get the official clarification. I'll hand back. Thank you.
Well, congratulations once again to Neil McLennan. Here's your result confirmed. McLennan the winner by 0.2 of a second ahead of Ross Martin. Oliver White completing the podium in that frantic Formula Ford race. Jonathan Brown in 4th ahead of American Bryce Aaron. Joey Foster taking 6th. Good 7th for Sam Harrison ahead of Alex Walker. Jamie Sharp and Rory Smith completing the top 10. 15 of David MacArthur 11th ahead of Jackson Lee. 13th going to Thomas Ward in the 24. Then Cameron Jackson 14th overall, winning the clubman class ahead of Morgan Quinn from the back of the grid. Pascal Monbaron completing the first 16 finishers. Thomas Ward in the 24. Cameron Jackson 14th overall, winning the clubman class ahead of Morgan Quinn from the back of the grid. Pascal Monbaron completing the first 16 finishers. Okay, soon be time for our final race of the day. Back to Ian in the paddock.
Right, here we are down with Jared Wood. We've just been sharing a couple of stories, actually, haven't we, Jared?
Yeah.
Tell us, you got fastest lap, didn't you?
I did.
One of them, anyway.
Yeah, which was a surprise, but I think it worked out going on the slicks in the end.
Yeah.
It was a very late decision, and I wasn't sure it was right, but we thought we'd give it a go.
And a bit of late drama as well for you.
Yeah. Once the safety car had gone in, it really started to dry up. The last 3 laps, I reckon, there was a very dry line, and you could really start to lean on them. And then, lo and behold, last lap, there was Jim in front of me, and I just managed to squeeze past on the very last corner. So,
well, it's nice and dry at the minute. That means the slicks are going to stay on.
Slicks are staying on, barring any climatic disasters. Yeah.
So, what's the expectation for race 2 then?
We'll see. Jim was a little bit quicker than me in qualifying in the full dry, so it'd be a job to hold him, but we'll see what we can do.
Excellent, Jared. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. We'll be watching in race 2.
Yeah.
Thank you. Cheers. Right, I'm down here in the garages with Jason Timms. Now, Jason, talk us about your race first of all.
Yeah, it was a bit of a strange one. Didn't know, the rain. There was no rain, but the track was wet. Yeah. We were going to get more rain, were we not? 50-50.
But you went for slicks?
I went for slicks, yeah. There was a few, not many, I don't think.
Yeah. It was the right choice, I think, wasn't it?
I don't know, I still don't know. I lost a lot of ground at the beginning. The tyres did come good at the end.
Yeah.
So, again, it was 50-50. Was it right, was it wrong? I don't know. But,
so it's going to be slicks for race 2?
I'm hoping so,
Subject to bar an absolute downpour?
Yeah, definitely, try and get some proper racing in.
So what's the expectation then? If it does stay dry, a bit more punchy in race 2?
Definitely, yeah.
Not literally, but...
Yeah, I'd be hoping for a podium finish.
Brilliant.
I would like to get a podium finish if I could.
Fantastic. Jason, best of luck for the race. We will be watching. Thank you very much. Cheers. Right, I'm down here with Will Cox. Will, let's talk about race 1. Did you have wets on for race 1? Okay, that's interesting. I spoke to 2 people who've had slicks on. You had wets on. The decision behind that?
More or less, when we were all in the garages early, we all went to go to assembly. Track still looked pretty wet, especially offline. I was being with the 1600 further towards the back of the grid. Just thought about the last thing I want to do is spin off or anything. And also, as most people were on wets, I just followed the trend.
So it was an advantage at the start, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Perhaps
definitely.
as the race wore on, slicks was a better idea, but it swings and roundabouts 50-50. Race 2, you going dries?
If it stays like this, definitely.
Yeah. And what's the expectation for race 2?
Hopefully just to win my class again. That's the most important thing.
That is the most important thing. Will, best of luck. We will be watching as well. And fingers crossed you win the class again.
Thank you.
Cheers. Right, it's time now, isn't it, to get back out onto the track. So I'm going to hand over to a commentator to take you through all of the action.
Thanks very much, Ian. Getting ready for our last race of the day in the sunsets here at Silverstone then. Now, the way the Tiedman Trophy's second race grid has been decided is slightly different. The Formula Fords, it was based on the result of their first race, but the grid for race 2 of the Tiedman Trophy is determined by lap times from race 1. So the driver that got the fastest lap in race 1 starts on pole, and that man is number 29, Dax Ward. Alongside him is number 441 of Chris Woodhouse, the second row 31 Chris Davison and 85 James Drew Williams. Third row is Robin Dorr, he's well up in the 24 Tom's Toyota alongside number 26 of Bryn Tootle. He went well in the mixed conditions of race 1. The fourth row, Lee Fern and Jason Timms. Then we've got Roger Wright, who had a good run, was leading briefly at the start of race 1. Matt Jordan alongside him. Sixth row, Josh Warren and Terry Clark. Seventh row, we've got Nigel Davers and Rob Smith. Row 8 is Tony Bishop and Martin Wright. Tony Bishop struggling a bit in the conditions in race 1 in his Formula 3 car. The 9th row, Jared Wood, who we just heard from, alongside Miles Castaldini. 10th row, Andrew Cartmel and Jim Blockley. Tom Wheatley starts alongside Bruno Costa, who was a retirement in race 1. They're on row 11. The 12th row, Phil Davis and Will Cox, a class winner as we just heard in race 1. Edward Guest starts alongside Chris Lord on row 13. Row 14 is David Cox alongside Jeff Fern. The 15th row, Jim Spencer and Sam Don. Row 16, Phil Chappell and Adrian Holy. The penultimate row, Steve Griffin and Peter Bramage. And the final row, David Jones and Anthony Gauntlet, who was a non-starter in the first race. This will be a 13-minute race, just to fit it in during daylight. So getting ready for our second race. There is Dax Ward in the Jedi, second pole position of the day. He's running in the Moto 1000 category, of course. Alongside him will be another Jedi, that of Chris Woodhouse, the race 1 winner. Chris Davison, who led for a long time in race 1, but I think his tyres went off towards the end and he slipped back. Starting alongside the number 85, that's James Drew Williams in the Lola Formula 3 car. He's well up on the grid. Bryn Tutel should go well here, starting alongside Robin Dorr, number 24. He's been racing single-seaters for many, many years. Terry Clark could be one to watch here as well, starting on row 6. Keep an eye on Jim Blockley as well, coming through from further back, number 28. He's on the 10th row of the grid. Been racing the same car in this championship since 1986. 34 years a monoposto racer, Jim Blockley. Last few cars at the back, there's Chris Lord. He goes well in mixed conditions, number 117. Number 12, Phil Davis with his Formula Ford, fitted with an 1800cc engine. Just to quickly run you through the various classes if you didn't see the earlier races. We've got Mono 1600, 1800 and 2000 based on engine size. The F3 class is obviously for ex-British Formula 3 Championship cars. The Classic division for older cars. And then we've got the 2 Moto classes for motorcycle engine cars, Moto 1000 and Moto 1400. So the 2 Jedis on the front row, followed by a pair of Formula 3 cars. Robin Dorr well up in 5th place. That's in a Tom's Toyota. Tom's standing for Toyota Motorsport. Formula 3 car from the mid-90s. Running in the 2000 class though. Number 20 there, that is Anthony Gauntlet. Didn't get out in race 1, so he starts from the back. 91 is Adrian Holy, ex-Clubman's racer, with his Reynard 913, a 1991 Formula 3 car, running in the Classic division. Number 50 there, towards the back, Peter Bramage in his Rolt RT30, the Classic division car, beautiful ex-Formula 3 car. Just a couple of checks going on. Is Gauntlet in trouble again there? The marshals surrounding his car. I think Anthony Gauntlet might be in trouble again at the back of the field there. No, the green flag is waved, so we are ready to go with 13 minutes for the Tiedman Trophy, celebrating what would have been Frank Tiedman's 100th birthday, the founder of the Monoposto Racing Club. The revs begin to rise on the grid, and away they go. A wheel-spinning start by Chris Woodhouse. One car, one of the Jedis, I think that is, hasn't got away. In fact, 2 cars haven't got away. Rob Smith's Dallara was the other one, and Gauntlet starting, I think, with a few seconds penalty at the back there as he didn't get out in race 1. So Rob Smith's Dallara only just getting away, the yellow and blue car towards the back. The rest of them all away well. It is Chris Woodhouse who has the lead. He's out-dragged pole sitter Dax Ward, running wide and a spin there. Lee Fern, I think that is, that spun. He ended up in the gravel in race 1 as well. Not a good day for Lee Fern in the 33. Decent getaway from Roger Wright in the speeds, number 59. Once again, there's Jim Blockley diving through, past one of the Fern family cars there. I think that was the number 7 of Jeff Fern towards the back. Robin Dorr up into 3rd place. It's Wright in 4th. Chris Davison weaving around there on the straight as well as they head down into Stowe Corner for the first time. There's the number 8 machine. That's of Martin Wright, Burton-on-Trent, running in the Moto 1400 class. Chris Davison has dropped back there into the clutches of Tony Bishop in the number 4. Complete the first lap though, it's Woodhouse from Ward, side by side for third. Coming through on the inside, Roger Wright takes Robin Dorr for third place. The grid slightly mixed up, of course, being based on lap times from race 1, so we'll see a fair bit of overtaking in the midfield. It's Woodhouse from Ward. Wright and Dorr battling with third. Oh, we've got a tangle, that's the number 30. Andrew Cartmel in the Revelation. I think we've got the safety car coming out. I can see the board there in the back row. We may well get a safety car here because 2 cars off. That's on the inside of the loop. Now, I thought I saw the board there in the background. We might get a safety car here. The 30 car off. I didn't see who the other one was. Andrew Cartmel is off there. I think the other one might be Tom Wheatley, number 56 in the Miguel, making his racing return today. The number 50 car struggling a bit there as well. We saw Peter Brummage starting at the back. As the leaders come round to complete their second lap then. It is Chris Woodhouse who leads. It looks like no safety car. So apologies for the confusion there. It is Tom Wheatley's car, number 56, being pushed away at the loop. The number 30 car that he's tangled with, the Revelation, driven by Andrew Cartmel, out of the race. So the order is Woodhouse, Ward and Wright ahead of Robin Dorr. Then Drew Williams in 5th position. Tony Bishop is up to 6th. Now slightly drier conditions this time. Tony should go well here in his Formula 3 Dallara. He's ahead of the number 3 of Timms as they cross the line. Chris Davison further back in the order this time in the number 31 car. There's Tony Bishop on the live stream, number 4, the blue and yellow machine. They've got ahead of Robin Dorr now, so the more powerful Formula 3 cars. You can see the track has largely dried out. Roger Wright in the Speeds, number 59, up there in 3rd place. The 2 leaders have got away though, the 2 little Jedis, then the Speeds, then the 2 Formula 3 cars. Be interesting to compare the lap times of those cars. Chris Woodhouse it is who leads the way in car number 441. The gap as they cross the line, 1.1 seconds to Dax Ward, the former championship sponsor, in 2nd place in the little Jedis. Right in 3rd. Then Bishop's got ahead of Drew Williams. Then it's Robin Dorr in 6th position. Chris Davison next in the number 31. And then Jason Timms, number 3, behind him. He's got Bryn Toutel chasing him, and then Terry Clark. Let's take a look at the class leaders. Moto 1000 being led by Woodhouse, the F3 class by Tony Bishop now. Robin Dorr leads Mono 2000, Moto 1400 by Timms. The Classic division led by Jared Wood in the Formula Vauxhall Lotus number 46. Mono 1800 is led by number 12, which is Phil Davis in his Formula Ford. The other class, the 1600s, led once again by Will Cox in the 44 as they race into the sunset here at Silverstone, just under 9 minutes of this slightly shortened race to go. Chris Davison putting Robin Dorr under pressure. Robin Dorr been racing monopostos for a very long time, but not as long as Jim Blockley, who is I think the 2nd longest serving driver on this grid. The longest is David Cox, number 2, who's been in this championship since 1981. Leaders head down towards Abbey once again. 4 laps completed. Woodhouse with the fastest lap of the race. No, that's been usurped by Tony Bishop. Watch that number 4 Formula 3 car. 105.452. That time through. The Formula 3 car starting to come into their own in these drier conditions. I think he's going to be up with the top 3 very shortly. Tony Bishop, he was only at less than 3 seconds behind Roger Wright that time through. There is Bishop with the Dayglow yellow flashes on the car. James Drew Williams is up behind him. Leader has lapped the 47 of David Jones in the Van Diemen RF82. Down towards Stowe Corner, Dax Ward keeping his Jedi rival within his sights here. Chris Woodhouse, the 2 Moto 1000 class cars with their Honda Superbike engines. It's a great drive by Chris Woodhouse, leading the 2nd leg of the first round of the Tiedman Trophy. It does count for the main Monoposto Championship this year as well, of course, given the shortened season. Normally this would be a separate championship at the end of the season to celebrate the life of Frank Tiedman. Roger Wright's still there in 3rd. He's not all that far behind, only a couple of seconds off Dax Ward. Bishop's still 4th. His lap time a little bit slower that time. I think he was lapping a back marker. Drew Williams is 5th. Then Chris Davison 6th. Timms is 7th. Robin Dorr is 8th. Then Toutel and Clark round out the top 10. Nigel Davers is 11th, number 77. We saw him spin out of race 1, beached on the curb at Club. Here come the leaders. They've got a clear track in front of them, and Chris Woodhouse is making good use of it. He's extending his lead here. Just the 2 cars out of the race so far, Cartmel and Wheatley, after that tangle up at the loop. 6.5 minutes of this race to go, and Chris Woodhouse is now starting to make this race his own. The gap last time through was 2.2 seconds over Dax Ward, who's falling into the clutches of Roger Wright now for that second place. The Liverpudlian catching Dax Ward in the St Cross Electronics car, the man from Southampton. He's almost caught him there, nearly 3 seconds in it for the lead as they cross the line. So about 3/4 of a second Chris Woodhouse pulled away by on that previous lap. There's the fight for 4. Looks like Drew Williams has got through there. I had to wait to confirm that there because James Drew Williams' transponder's playing up. Didn't come up on the timing straight away, but he is up to 4th in the Lola, ahead of Tony Bishop. Now this is interesting given the pace that Bishop was setting earlier on. Chris Davison still 6th. Leaders coming up to lap, that's the 52 car of Phil Chappell going a lap down. And Roger Wright is through into second. I thought it wouldn't be long. He's up to second now. Tony Bishop fighting back the 2 Formula 3 cars. This is for the class lead as well. Bishop goes through. And that's lovely Delara, the F304. Just holds off, and there's somebody coming into the pit lane there. Now we'll check who that is in just a moment. One car coming into the pits. There's a yellow flag out at Club as well. Didn't see what that was for. The back marker they were lapping has gone off. That's the 52 car of Phil Chappell. He's stuck on the inside of Club Corner. That's the 52 Van Diemen. Hopefully he can get going again. We don't want another safety car here. The car that went into the pits was the number 50 of Brummage, and Gauntlet in number 20 has gone in as well. So a couple of cars from the back of the field. There's the number 7, that's Jeff Fern, another very long-serving racer, the Wiltshire man, in his Van Diemen RF89. There's that car stuck there. The yellow flag's still out there for the stuck car of Phil Chappell on the curb, exactly where Nigel Davis went off in the first race. That's the 25, that's Jim Spencer in his 1988 Reynard. Got just over 4 minutes of the race to go. The gap is 2.1 seconds. Through comes Chris Woodhouse. What's it going to be this time? Has Roger Wright closing down? Yes, 1.7 seconds now. It is down to Roger Wright is pushing on here, and so is Tony Bishop. Look at that number 4 car go. He's caught Dax Ward. He could make a move here up into the complex this time through. Will we see the blue and yellow Delara through into 3rd place? Chris Woodhouse emerging meanwhile onto the Hanger Straights. Roger Wright is certainly chasing here. Tony Bishop is indeed through into 3rd. So Dax Ward starting to drop back. Chris Lord in 117, long-time Formula Ford 2000 racer as well as Monoposto racer being lapped. Roger Wright is keeping the leader in his sights. Of Roger Wright sense a chance to chase for victory. How long to go? 3 minutes as they cross the line. He jinks out behind a couple of back markers there. Look for Tony Bishop as well. There is the number 4. Drew Williams is up to 4th. Dax Ward has dropped down to 5th place. Chris Davison next in the order. We'll pick up the class winners towards the end of the race. Concentrate on this lead battle for now because Roger Wright, because of backmarker traffic, lost a few tenths on that lap. It's 2.4 seconds the gap now. Tony Bishop still 3rd, then James Drew Williams, Dax Ward, Chris Davison, and they are well ahead of the rest. Next in the order it's Jason Timms in the number 3 car. Chris Woodhouse trying to surge through the backmarkers on the Hanger Straight at the moment. He's got the 57 ahead of him there of Edward Guest, the club chairman. Lets him through. Woodhouse from Wright. As they head towards the end of their 10th lap. 2 minutes on the clock, so we'll get 2 more laps out of this 13-minute race. There's the 25 car, lovely looking Reynard of Jim Spencer. Over the line they go. What's the gap going to be this time through? I think it's gone out even more. Yeah, 4 seconds now, over 4 seconds between Woodhouse and Wright. Roger Wright seems to be dropping back here. He's in the clutches of Tony Bishop now. Drew Williams in 4th, and Chris Davison making a move on Dax Ward. He's going to take 5th position, the more powerful F3 car. I wonder if Dax Ward's got an issue with the Jedi. Onto the Hangar Straight comes our leader for the 11th time. Battle for second coming down towards the Hangar Straight now. Tony Bishop is tucked right in, almost under the rear wing of Roger Wright. He's struggling to get past these back markers. Has Roger got a problem, I wonder? Because Tony Bishop, to the inside. He's going to go through. Up into second place. They go either side of Edward Guest in the yellow Anson SA4. I wonder if that's the same Anson that David Dudley used to race in this championship a few years ago. Yeah, you can see the pace is dropping off for Roger Wright. Lap time's a couple of seconds slower than Tony Bishop at the moment, but they're coming round to start their final lap. Bishop up to second. He's just over 4 seconds off Chris Woodhouse, who's heading for a double in his first round of the Tiedman Trophy. Drew Williams in 4th place, then Davison's up to 5th. Dax Ward down to 6th. Next through is Jason Timms, rather. Jeremy Timms used to race a few years ago in this championship. Tony Bishop, I don't think he's going to catch Chris Woodhouse here. The clock about to count down to 0. It's going to be a double for the Jedi Mark 6. Number 441. Tony Bishop has come through well into 2nd place. We knew he'd be a contender. He's going to win the Formula 3 class in the number 4 machine. A spin there. Oh, it's Lee Fern again. What a disastrous day he's had in number 33. So there'll be yellow flags out at club. Leader gets by. Chris Woodhouse is going to take the win, so even if he was up with him coming into club, he wouldn't have been able to make the move because of the yellow flags. There's the checkered flag. Chris Woodhouse takes the win. Tony Bishop comes over in second, 2.3 seconds behind, and it's going to be Roger Wright in 3rd position. 4th will go to James Drew Williams. Chris Davison will come over in 5th place. Drew Williams nearly got up with Roger Wright at the line. Dax Ward, the pole sitter, dropping to 6th. They are well ahead of the rest. I think it's going to be Timms home in 7th. No, Bryn Toutel home in 7th place. Jeremy Timms dropping back to 8th place on that last lap. Robin Dorr, good run in the early stages. He takes 9th, and Nigel Davis, I think, will take 10th position. We'll confirm the class winners. Woodhouse, the winner of Moto 1000. Tony Bishop will take the F3 class. Bryn Toutel, Mono 2000. Moto 1400 goes to Jason Timms. Jared Wood will take the Classic division ahead of Jim Blockley. Mono 1800, that will go to the number 12 of Phil Davis with his Formula Ford Van Diemen. And the 1600 class again to Will Cox in the number 44. Lost a few cars on the closing laps there. Terry Clark, a non-finisher, number 32. Also the number 33 we saw spin out, Lee Fern. And treble 2 we lost as well, Josh Warren, the Worcestershire driver. Okay, so we'll confirm the results as soon as we can as the cars come into the pit lane. Concluding the on-track action here at Silverstone today. A very enjoyable day's racing it's been as well, despite the on-off rain, which seems to be a feature of just about every Silverstone meeting. Thank you very much indeed to our team of marshals. They could not go racing without the volunteer Orange Army as well, so thanks very much indeed to them for their efforts as always. Waving the drivers into the pit lane we can see on the live stream. Well, Ian will be down there in the pit lane, I'm sure, very shortly to try and talk to our double winner in the Monoposto Tiedman Trophy today, Chris Woodhouse. Yes, we can now hand down to Ian Waterhouse in the pit lane to talk to our race winners, our final race of the day here at Silverstone.
Well, hello everybody, welcome down to the garages actually. The cars are going through. It seems like the top 3 actually are heading off over to the assembly area. However, we have lined up somebody quite interesting down here. We've got Dax Ward over here, who's on pole position twice today. Let's have a quick word with Dax and find out he got on. Dax, very quickly, you're on pole today twice. Talk us about your weekend. Do you want to take that off? Can't hear me. You can't hear me. We obviously had, didn't we, Chris Woodhouse double bubble today, but this man, Dax Ward. Dax, you've gone well today, and you must be happy.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit of a test weekend because got a whole new electronic system on it in the last few weeks. It's got St. Cross Electronics wiring harness and the ECU master. So
fantastic.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, fantastic. It went really well. Just couldn't convert the poles to wins.
I was going to say, a couple of pole positions, so the hot lap speed is there, the race pace just get caught out by Chris Woodhouse.
I think it's my COVID belly.
And you said it, I didn't say that. No, I know you from another series actually, which we don't need to go in here. But, what's the plans for you next season?
Do F1000 and maybe pop in a few races in Monoposto. It's quite good, they go to some great circuits.
Yeah.
Just gives you more seat time. Being out of the car for so long this year, we did that podcast, didn't we?
We did,
yeah. It's just fantastic to get back in the car. And I'm very lucky. I've got a very understanding wife, Michelle, who lets me go racing pretty much every week.
Fantastic. Look, Dax, I'm finally glad I got to catch up with you today. Right, the rest of the cars are in, except unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get a chance to chat to Chris Woodhouse, which is a shame because he is a two-time winner here today at Silverstone. Right, that is actually it from me for today. I'll be back tomorrow, of course, but I'm going to hand back to our commentator who's going to take you through the race results.
Well, thanks very much indeed to Ian Waterhouse down in the paddock. Here's our results then. Chris Woodhouse the winner ahead of Tony Bishop, who wins the F3 class, 2.3 seconds between them. Roger Wright third in the speeds, and James Drew Williams and Chris Davison's Formula 3 cars fourth and fifth. Dax Ward taking sixth. Bryn Tootle wins the Mono 2000 class in seventh, ahead of Jason Timms, the winner of the Moto 1400 class. Then Robin Dorr and Nigel Davis behind them. Then it was Matt Jordan, number 99. Jared Wood wins the Classic division in the Formula Vauxhall Lotus, ahead of Martin Wright in the number 8. Jim Blockley was next, ahead of Miles Castaldini, and behind him the number 12 of Phil Davis, the Mono 1800 category winner. The sun sets here at Silverstone then. We'll be back in action tomorrow, though, here at Silverstone. We've got several races from the Caterham Graduates Club. We've also got more classic touring car race action. We're joined by a combined grid for the MG Owners Club and the Max 5 Racing Series for various Mazdas as well. And we've got the all-action Junior Saloon Car Championship. That's going to be something special. The young racers in their Citroën Saxos. So that's your schedule for tomorrow. Do join us from around 10:30 tomorrow morning live here online. But on behalf of Ian Waterhouse and all the production team here today at Silverstone, this is your commentator Dave Goddard signing off as the sun sets here at Silverstone. Thanks to all the drivers for their entertainment, thanks to all the marshals and other officials, and thanks to all of you for watching. Join us again tomorrow, but it's good night from Silverstone.